Across the country don't have access to dental care, including right here in Southern Nevada. Future Smiles is a local nonprofit that serves the dental needs of underserved students in the Clark County School District. We stopped by the Women's Philanthropy Dental Wellness Center on the campus of Elaine Wynn Elementary School to learn more about Future Smiles and the services they provide.
Future Smiles was founded in 2009 by 3 dental hygienists, myself and 2 of my dental hygiene colleagues. We had a dream of increasing access to dental care here in Southern Nevada. The facility is available for any Clark County School District child.
They said that he needed help, so then I said okay, and that's how I found out. Hi! They gave me some paperwork, and then they told me to come over here, and I made an appointment. He had some caps on his teeth that he had because he had 2 cavities. And so they fixed his cavities and then put in the caps, and right now they're gonna put the mouth gear because he's missing some teeth, so they want it to come out straight.
The dental care that is provided here at the Dental Wellness Center is very much like what you experience at a dental office. You will get digital x-rays, you will see a licensed dentist here in the state of Nevada, Dr. Erica Nieto, and she provides wonderful comprehensive dental care. So the children will have fillings, they'll have cleanings, they'll have any minor extractions that they may need, so that we can get them on a pathway.
It's so important, ages 0 to 100, it's connected to your entire body. I feel like in the past maybe it's been overlooked as not as important, but it really does connect to from your head to your toes.
Future Smiles is a 501c3 nonprofit. We balance out our care with Medicaid children as well as private philanthropy foundations like Elaine P. Wynn and Family Foundation and the Engelstadt Foundation. We have many, many foundations and funders that help support our mission. What we see is that 50% of our children have a Medicaid resource. However, the other 50% are low income and uninsured. I have a couple of points to make. First and foremost, parents need to sign their children up for Medicaid. If they're eligible, they should sign up for Medicaid because that opens the door to all healthcare products, whether it's medical, dental, vision, mental health, and all the things that a child needs to be healthy and well to do well in school. The second thing I'd like to say is oral health care matters throughout the lifespan. So kids need to, brush and floss twice a day, eat healthy foods, have good nutrition.
It's really rewarding. The population that we see, it's really rewarding. The families are very appreciative.
Oh, it means a lot because I know how it is to have bad teeth. As you know, a smile is that makes a smile in every day to everybody.
Thank you for all that you do for our students. And listen to this, Future Smiles also serves schools through a mobile unit that can provide on-site care for students in need. You can learn more at futuresmiles.net. At one local elementary school, it's Reading Week every week, all thanks to the school's wonderful namesake. Check it out.
Hi, boys and girls. Hello, Mrs. Gibbons.
Every Friday without fail, and with her lollipops and special cards in hand.
I am special. I was chosen to go to Story and Snack with Mrs. Gibbons.
Mrs. Gibbons,
Remember, nice straight line.
visits her school for Story and Snack.
A card and a sucker.
A tradition dating back to 2004 when Linda Rankin Gibbons Elementary School, home of the Grizzlies, first opened its doors.
I run into students that went to school here 10 years ago or 15 years ago, whatever, and they always ask me, are you still reading on Fridays for Story and Snack? And I'm so happy that I can say, yes, I'm still there.
One of those former students,
And they all get so excited how they hold them up and show mom and dad.
Isabella Welch, who's now a campus security monitor and cheer coach at Gibbons Elementary.
Miss Gibbons, when I went here, was like a celebrity. Going to Story and a Snack, I always remember that it was a huge treat. Everybody was so excited.
She's really nice. I like to read books with her in kindergarten and 4th grade, and she's my favorite teacher.
There's no doubt Mrs. Gibbons was the favorite teacher of many of her students throughout her teaching career with CCSD.
Boys and girls, when I taught school, which Mrs. Gibbons taught here in Las Vegas for 30 years, I taught kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grades. When I taught, I always gave my boys and girls hugs because I think it made them feel like I really cared for them, which I did.
I like that she's kind and she reads stories.
That kind and caring nature
Don't worry, Doug likes you.
has made a positive impact on the lives of so many students. And she's even inspired some of these students to follow in her footsteps.
And I hope a lot of them would become teachers. I think that would be exciting.
My eventual goal of working here now is to eventually move into teaching here. That's something that I would love to do, and I'm currently getting my degree to do that.
I love to get hugs, so when you leave today, I want you to give me a hug or a high five, okay?
I like hugs. I like to hug her. I did hug.
And we read somebody doesn't like hugs. We like hugs. Okay, high five.
I'm so happy to say I'm a hugger too. Big thank you to Mrs. Gibbons. It was truly wonderful to witness firsthand just how much your students love and admire you. You are definitely a celebrity. Tens of thousands of children across the country don't have access to dental care, including right here in Southern Nevada. Future Smiles is a local nonprofit that serves the dental needs of underserved students in the Clark County School District. We stopped by the Women's Philanthropy Dental Wellness Center on the campus of Elaine Wynn Elementary School to learn more about Future Smiles and the services they provide.
Future Smiles was founded in 2009 by 3 dental hygienists, myself and 2 of my dental hygiene colleagues. We had a dream of increasing access to dental care here in Southern Nevada. The facility is available for any Clark County School District child.
They said that he needed help, so then I said okay, and that's how I found out. Hi. They gave me some paperwork, and then they told me to come over here, then I made an appointment. He had some caps on his teeth that he had because he had 2 cavities. And so they fixed his cavities and then put in the caps, and right now they're gonna put the mouth care because he's missing some teeth, so they want it to come out straight.
The dental care that is provided here at the Dental Wellness Center is very much like what you experience at a dental office. You will get digital x-rays. You will see a licensed dentist here in the state of Nevada, Dr. Erica Nieto, and she provides wonderful comprehensive dental care. So the children will have fillings, they'll have cleanings, they'll have any minor extractions that they may need, so that we can get them on a pathway.
It's so important, ages 0 to 100, it's connected to your entire body. I feel like in the past maybe it's been overlooked as not as important, but it really does connect to from your head to your toes.
Future Smiles is a 501c3 nonprofit. We balance out our care with Medicaid children as well as private philanthropy foundations like Elaine P. Wynn and Family Foundation and the Ingolstadt Foundation. We have many, many foundations and funders that help support our mission. What we see is that 50% of our children have a Medicaid resource. However, the other 50% are low income and uninsured. I have a couple of points to make. First and foremost, parents need to sign their children up for Medicaid. If they're eligible, they should sign up for Medicaid because it opens the door to all healthcare products, whether it's medical, dental, vision, mental health, and all the things that a child needs to be healthy and well to do well in school. The second thing I'd like to say is oral health care matters throughout the lifespan. So kids need to, brush and floss twice a day, eat healthy foods, have good nutrition.
It's really rewarding. The population that we see, it's really rewarding. The families are very appreciative.
Oh, it means a lot because I know how it is to have bad teeth. As you know, a smile is that makes a smile in every day to everybody.
Thank you for all that you do for our students. And listen to this, Future Smiles also serves schools through a mobile unit that can provide on-site care for students in need. You can learn more at futuresmiles.net. At one local elementary school, it's Reading Week every week, all thanks to the school's wonderful namesake. Check it out. Hi, boys and girls. Hello, Mrs. Gibbons. Every Friday without fail, and with her lollipops and special cards in hand.
I am special. I was chosen to go to Story and Snack with Mrs. Gibbons.
Mrs. Gibbons
Remember, nice straight line.
visits her school for Story and Snack,
A card and a sucker.
a tradition dating back to 2004 when Linda Rankin Gibbons Elementary School, home of the Grizzlies, first opened its doors.
I run into students that went to school here 10 years ago or 15 years ago, whatever, and they always ask me, are you still reading on Fridays for Story and Snack? And I'm so happy that I can say, yes, I'm still there.
One of those former students,
And they all get so excited how they hold them up and show mom and dad.
Isabella Welch, who's now a campus security monitor and cheer coach at Givens Elementary.
Miss Givens, when I went here, was like a celebrity. Going to Story and a Snack, I always remember that it was a huge treat. Everybody was so excited.
She's really nice. I like to read books with her in kindergarten and fourth grade, and she's my favorite teacher.
There's no doubt Mrs. Givens was the favorite teacher of many of her students throughout her teaching career with CCSD.
Boys and girls, when I taught school, which Mrs. Givens taught here in Las Vegas for 30 years, I taught kindergarten, first and second grades. When I taught, I always gave my boys and girls hugs because I think it made them feel like I really cared for them, which I did.
I like that she's kind and she reads stories.
That kind and caring nature
Don't worry, Doug likes you.
has made a positive impact on the lives of so many students. And she's even inspired some of these students to follow in her footsteps.
And I hope a lot of them would become teachers. I think that would be exciting.
My eventual goal of working here now is to eventually move into teaching here. That's something that I would love to do, and I'm currently getting my degree to do that.
I love to get hugs, so when you leave today, I want you to give me a hug or a high five, okay?
I like hugs. I like to hug her. I did hug.
And we read somebody doesn't like hugs. We like hugs. Okay, high five.
I'm so happy to say I'm a hugger too. Big thank you to Mrs. Givens. It was truly wonderful to witness firsthand just how much your students love and admire you. You are definitely a celebrity.
I would like to welcome everyone today. I'm President Irene Bustamante Adams and call this special board meeting on February 18th, 2025 to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. I'd like to remind everyone to silence your electronic devices. We acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the territorial homelands of the Nuwu, the Moapa Band of Paiutes, and the Las Vegas Band of Paiutes. So I hear somebody's phone. If you could silence. Thank you so much, sir. We'll start with item 102, our Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Johnson, would you lead us? Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 102, adoption of the agenda. Before I open that item, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card, the yellow card that we have? Caitlin, can you make sure this gentleman in the front row gets a public speaker card? And sir, do you know which item you want to speak on?
I was here 18 months ago.
Safe School. Okay, so that would be an item not on the agenda, so that would be for 4.01, if you could write that on your card. 4.01. Okay, then seeing no one for public comment on adoption of the agenda, I will ask Trustee Esparza-Straffagan for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following change. We are looking at revised reference material, and additional reference material has been provided for item 2.02, Superintendent Search.
Thank you, Trustee. Do I have a second? Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I will second that motion.
So, team, I have a first and a second. Please cast your votes. That vote passes 7-0. Now we're going to go on to item 2.01. Before I open that up, has anyone not gotten an opportunity to fill out a public comment card? The way that we're going to do this is we have several decision points for agenda item 2.01. We're going to take them in manageable pieces. So we're going to have a presentation first, have discussion by the trustees on each of the items listed in 2.01. So we're going to take them in smaller bites. We'll have discussion, then public comment, and then we'll vote on each of the pieces. So we're going to take it slow. Okay, so I would like to call Dr. Sean Joseph to the front for the first part, which is a presentation.
And I'm also online. This is Nancy Perez, the Chief Operating Officer of HYA.
Thank you so much, Dr. Perez. I didn't realize you were on the phone.
Great. So thank you so much for, again, giving us the floor tonight to address the board. Is the slide presentation up?
Now it is. Please proceed.
Great. So please put the slide on that says today's agenda. As the president said, there's lots of items tonight that will be covered, and we will take them in little chunks. We're going to go over the slate and present the slate to the board. The board will decide which candidates to interview. We'll then go through the timeline and process for interviews, including February 24th and 25th, the governance consultant meetings, March 10th and 11th, and then March 13th. We'll also talk about the community feedback form to make sure that we get direction from the board on that. That would be the form that's utilized during the interviews. And then finally, a budget amendment. Next slide, please. So I'm going to turn it over to Sean Joseph now, who is going to talk to you about the 46 candidates that submitted an application, and more specifically, the slate. Next slide, please. Sean?
Thank you. And then thank you, trustees. Let me just pull my internet up here 30 seconds or less. Great. Okay. So, thank you. It's great to be here with you all again tonight to talk about our recommended slate. We met with or spoke with 46 different candidates for this position. And just to remember how we got here, you had over 13,000 people complete a survey, and then you had 80 focus groups that we conducted. And based upon all of that information and then individual meetings with the board, you developed a leadership profile. We really used that leadership profile to identify candidates that best matched from our perspective. And we feel strong about the candidates we've identified, but you had a lot of great candidates beyond the 6 that were identified. So that's why it was important that we gave you access to all 46 candidates. And I thank you for your diligence in the conversations we've had about candidates as you have diligently looked through everyone that applied. And so tonight you'll have an opportunity to discuss the slate that we've identified, but you also have an opportunity to discuss the slate as well as discuss other candidates that were in the pool, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have of such candidates. So just a reminder, once you identify the slate, all of the people that you will interview will have full background checks completed on them. And they'll also have social media checks. So we'll make sure the board has all of the information that you need as you move through and discuss candidates. So we've vetted candidates properly in advance, but that's just an additional step that you have already approved. And it's an important step as you make this important decision. But we'll jump into the slate of the 6 candidates that we have recommended. Your first candidate is Dr. Joan Ebert. Dr. Joan Ebert is currently the Nevada State Superintendent. She has previous experience being, prior to being the State Superintendent in Nevada, she was a Senior Deputy Commissioner of Educational Policy in New York State. Dr. Ebert also has ties to Clark County, and she's been the Chief Innovation and Productivity Officer from 2013 to 2015. Some highlights we included in her work has been that she created a dashboard showing the impact of new funding on achievement. She launched numerous public, private, and union partnerships. The New York graduation rate increased under her leadership by 2.3%. Parent engagement, she's participated and engaged in many parent engagement campaigns. She's established career and technical education as a pathway to high school graduation in her time in New York. She led redesign and the launch of the statewide Next Generation Learning Standards in English and Mathematics. And in Clark County School District was named the 2015 AP District of the Year for large gains for underrepresented students during her time in Clark County. In addition, Dr. Ebert brings 30 years of experience in the Clark County School District and as Nevada's Superintendent of Public Instruction. Her rare combination of technology, business, and educational expertise has led to transformative results. Ms. Ebert's commitment to transparency and data-driven decision-making has driven significant academic gains. With her leadership, Clark County's school district rate increased from 59% to 70% between 2011 and 2014, and the district was named the College Board's AP District of the Year for expanding access to underrepresented students. She spearheaded professional development and curriculum revisions that resulted in CCSD students gaining an additional year of learning in grade 8 mathematics and 3/4 of a year in reading on the NAEP in 2015. She also led the development of CCSD's career and technical academies, strengthening pathways to success. Today's Nevada's CTE graduation rate stands at 96.9%. Champion for student success, Ms. Ebert has guided Nevada's efforts in developing a portrait of a Nevada learner, a statewide vision that ensures students graduate prepared for life, work, and civic engagement. During the pandemic, she led Nevada to become the first state to guarantee every student access to a computer and reliable internet, ensuring equitable learning opportunities. Her leadership extends beyond Nevada. When she was in New York, she played a key role in raising statewide graduation rates, particularly for Black, Hispanic, and students with disabilities. Overseeing a multi-billion-dollar budget in both states, Ms. Ebert remains dedicated to student achievement through innovation and community-responsive leadership. Okay. And then we'll move to our second candidate. Our second candidate is Mr. Pedro Martinez. Currently, he's the Chief Executive Officer for the Chicago Public Schools. Mr. Martinez served as superintendent for the San Antonio Independent School District, where he received statewide recognition for being one of the fastest improving large districts in Texas. Prior to Texas, Mr. Martinez served as the superintendent in residence in the Nevada Department of Education, and he was the superintendent of Washoe County Public Schools. Finally, he was deputy superintendent for both Clark County Schools, and he was the CFO in Chicago Public Schools. Some of his highlights: Chicago Public Schools graduating class in 2023 and 2024 set record graduation rates, scholarships, and college credits earned. Chicago Public Schools is leading the country in literacy gains amongst large districts post-pandemic. In San Antonio, he expanded dual language programs from 2% of the schools to 60%, with the students outperforming the district. And in Nevada, he helped advise to improve accountability systems for low-performing schools. In addition, Mr. Martinez is a nationally recognized superintendent with a proven track record of academic success and financial stewardship. His deep ties to Nevada include serving as deputy superintendent for Clark County School District, the superintendent of Washoe County School District, and the superintendent in residence for Nevada Department of Education. Mr. Martinez's personal connection to the state is strong, as his children were born here in Nevada, and he's invested in the schools and the community. Throughout his career, Mr. Martinez has prioritized culturally responsive leadership, closing opportunity gaps, and ensuring equitable educational access. At Chicago Public Schools, his strategic initiatives led to record high graduation rates and an increase in college career readiness, with 70% of students attending college and 73% persisting towards a degree. In San Antonio, Ms. Martinez led the district from an F to a B rating, significantly reducing the number of low-performing schools while expanding dual enrollment programs from 2 to 61. Mr. Martinez has successfully collaborated with civic leaders, unions, businesses, colleges, and universities to expand career pathways for students. In San Antonio, he influenced state funding formulas to increase resources for high-poverty students, raised teacher salaries, and supported dual language programs. Financially, Mr. Martinez has successfully managed a $9.9 billion budget in Chicago, increasing reserves by $200 million annually while ensuring competitive teacher salaries. In San Antonio, he improved reserves by 30%, supporting major investment in education, while his Nevada experience, commitment to equity, and strong financial management, he's uniquely positioned to lead Clark County Schools. Okay. And our next candidate? Our next candidate is Dr. Jason Glass. And currently, Dr. Glass serves as Associate Vice President for Teaching and Learning at Western Michigan University. Prior, Dr. Glass was the Commissioner for the Kentucky Department of Education, where he helped to navigate the state through the COVID-19 pandemic and the reopening. Before this, Glass was the Superintendent of Jeffco Public Schools in Colorado. And before that, he was the superintendent in Eagle County Schools in Colorado. And Dr. Glass has also worked as the director for the Department of Education in the state of Iowa. Some of his highlights: at Western Michigan University, he doubled dual enrollment with regional high schools and launched a university AI support project. He reduced teacher attrition from 21% to 13%. And tripled teacher applications when he was superintendent in Eagle County School District. In Kentucky, he developed and supported significant legislation around reading instruction. And in Colorado, he passed at the local ballot significant local elections to increase funding for operations and capital improvement projects. Uh, Again, with over 25 years of leadership experience spanning pre-K through 12 and through higher education, Dr. Glass has successfully led transformative initiatives that have redefined student learning, improved outcomes, strengthened school systems at both the district and the state level. As Kentucky Commissioner of Education, Dr. Glass championed deeper learning, ensuring students engaged in meaningful real-world educational experiences. He prioritized resources for the schools and students with the greatest needs, implemented a data-driven equity framework to close achievement gaps, and introduced research-based strategies that improved student success. Previously, as Iowa's chief state school officer, he spearheaded statewide efforts to enhance literacy instruction and elevated the teaching profession. As superintendent of Eagle County Schools in Colorado, his leadership moved all district schools off the state accountability watch list for the first time, demonstrating his ability to drive measurable academic improvement. Dr. Glass has successfully managed budgets ranging from hundreds of millions to multiple billions of dollars at both the district and state level. Notably, as the superintendent of the Jeffco Public Schools in the Denver area, he led a local bond and funding increase initiative that secured over $700 million for facility improvement and $33 million for operational needs, illustrating his ability to mobilize the community around support for education. Having worked across multiple states and diverse political and geographical contexts, Dr. Glass brings a comparative perspective that fosters innovative solutions to complex challenges. He's worked for Republican and Democratic governors, worked across the aisle with divided legislatures, and those controlled by different parties. He's taken both programmatic and principled stands when it comes to supporting teachers, students, and families. A proven leader with a deep commitment to public education, student success, and meaningful community engagement, Dr. Glass is a solid candidate, and we're happy to present him this evening. You know you're getting old when you put your glasses on and off. Forgive me. Okay. So Dr. Josh Starr, former superintendent of Montgomery County Public Schools, informed us that he was withdrawing his candidacy. His decision to withdraw was a result of his desire to stay on the East Coast. So he notified us recently, and I was able to communicate that with you. So we will move to our next candidate, who is Dr. John Anzalone, who's superintendent in Camas School District in Washington. And before becoming the superintendent in the Camas, Washington School District, Dr. Anzalone had previous experience in Clark County as the assistant superintendent, where he provided leadership for 17 building principals. Prior to this, Dr. Anzalone was a high school principal at Sierra Vista High School, El Dorado High School, and Global Community High School. In terms of some of his highlights, he led initiatives that led to a 24% increase in graduation rate at El Dorado High School and a 16% increase at Sierra Vista High School. Also, he increased kindergarten readiness rates from 67% to 74%. He successfully advocated for $3 billion in funding to support critical district needs. And in Clark County, he established strong partnerships with My Brother's Keeper and the city of Las Vegas to enhance student groups and community engagement. As the superintendent of the Camas School District, Dr. Anzalone prioritized student engagement, student and staff safety, and cultural responsiveness. He launched a 6th through 12th grade project-based learning program, strengthening social emotional learning and offering parent workshops with over 7,000 families. His focus on equity ensured all students received a high-quality education aligned to the strategic plan and their motto, see, value, and serve. In Clark County School District, Dr. Anzalone introduced an African American experience course, supported student activism after school shootings, and implemented key security measures, including visitor screening. He led a cultural transformation with One Vista, our nonviolent environment, fostering a safe, inclusive campus. As the principal at Global Community High School, he boosted reading fluency by 38% through Saturday sessions and developed programs for 8th grade students, giving multiple language learners a head start before high school. Dr. Angelone drove academic improvement, including a 25% rise in graduation rates at El Dorado, a 2-point ACT increase at Sierra Vista, and a 19% increase in SBAC math scores for multiple language learners in Camas. He also achieved a 16-point rise in 9th grade on-track to graduate rates and a 12% increase in graduation rates for students with disabilities. While managing a $140 million budget with an $8 million deficit in Camas, Dr. Angelone led transformative collaboration with the community, staff, and board to develop a comprehensive financial strategy. Dr. Angelone's passionate about continuous improvement and committed to building partnerships to meet the evolving needs of students and the community. Returning to Clark County School District would be his honor, and he looks forward to giving back to the community that has shaped him. And the last candidate that we have to present tonight is Dr. Ben Schuldiner, the superintendent of the Lansing School District in Michigan. And before becoming the superintendent in Lansing, Dr. Schuldiner was the Dean's Fellow and Distinguished Lecturer in New York at Hunter College. While at Hunter College, Schuldiner was a board member for New York City Public Schools, which is the largest school district in the country. Prior experience includes being a history teacher, a history department chair, a teacher, and a principal in Brooklyn for 10 years. Finally, he was the longest serving president of ASCD, the Association for School Curriculum Development. Some of his highlights and experiences in Lansing: they raised the 4-year high school graduation rate by 2.7% in 3 years, or excuse me, by 27% in 3 years, from 62% to 89%. Raised district-wide daily attendance by 14% in 3 years, from 70% to 84%. Increased enrollment in the district for the first time in 30 years. And in Lansing, from 2022 to 2024, the school district recorded the highest increase in reading scores in the state of Michigan. And throughout his 25-year career as a teacher, a principal, a professor of educational leadership, a school board member, and a superintendent, Dr. Schuldiner has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to student success, parent engagement, fiscal stewardship, and innovative leadership. As a teacher, he tripled his student state exam scores. As a principal, he founded and led an award-winning school with a consistent 95% plus graduation rate. And as a superintendent, he's working to transform the Lansing School District. When Ben arrived in Lansing, he faced declining enrollment, low graduation rates, and fractured community trust. And in just 4 years, he's raised the graduation rate by 27% to 89%. Attendance improved by 14% enrollment, increasing for the first time in over 30 years. And state test scores have rose across all subjects and grades. And as I shared, from 2022 to 2024, Lansing had the highest reading score growth in Michigan, according to the Stanford University Educational Opportunity Project. Dr. Schuldiner prioritized access, choice, and student support by launching a universal pre-K program, Lansing's Technical High School, the Lansing Newcomer Center, and the Lansing Learning Hub, ensuring all students, especially the most vulnerable, had resources to thrive. He strengthened parent and student voice through monthly superintendent roundtables and improved labor relations by establishing regular meetings with all union presidents. Financially, he's led Lansing's fiscal resurgence, quadrupling the district's fund balance, adding $44 million in reserves, implementing a best-in-class investment strategy, and securing over $100 million in grants and state earmarks all while making Lansing employees among the highest paid in mid-Michigan. This is the type of work he hopes to do if selected as the next superintendent in Clark County Schools.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Dr. Perez, would you like to add anything before we go into a discussion?
So the next slide just says to decide the candidates to interview, and I know you're going to be leading that charge to ask the questions of whether or not any of the candidates the board desires to remove from the slate, any that they desire to add to the slate, and then we'll move on to this next parts of the agenda. So right now, the slide that should be up is decide candidates to interview, and I'm going to turn it back over to you, Irene, to start that conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. So just for the audience, if you haven't had a chance to fill out a public comment card, now would be the time. We're going to have discussion amongst the trustees, and then we will have public comment at each one of the decision points. So the first one, based on what Dr. Joseph just presented, he presented the slate. There is one candidate that removed his name. So is there any names that you would like to remove from the slate? And I have Trustee Biasotti.
Hi, good evening, Madam President. Minutes after the slate of candidates were posted on board docs, public discussion began. Stakeholders in this district often have strong reactions to education issues, and within hours, I received feedback from several constituents. This continued throughout the day and was further echoed on social media. Our goal is to review the slate, then accept, reject, or amend it. Based on the feedback I've received and the task at hand, I would like to make a motion to remove Pedro Martinez from the slate of candidates. Mr. Martinez does not fit our profile and fails to meet our standards for several reasons. He previously served as Deputy Superintendent for CCSD, leaving the position with a poor reputation. He was later terminated from roles in both Washoe County and Chicago Public Schools. CCSD is not seeking a candidate with such a record. Additionally, Mr. Martinez is the board chair of Chiefs for Change, an organization we do not support. Chiefs for Change is closely tied to the Council of Great City Schools, and this board recently voted unanimously to end our contract with them. Mr. Martinez represents an effort by unwanted groups to reestablish themselves in our community. No presentation or interview can change this position. He isn't worth the cost of bringing him here. I'm troubled that he was even considered as a candidate, and I moved to remove him from the slate. This action clearly reflects the wishes of many stakeholders. We already do have another candidate on our slate with strong ties to our city, so that shouldn't be a qualifying factor for Mr. Martinez. Lastly, the previous board ignored red flags when it came to hiring Jara. We can't afford to make that mistake again. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have one consideration. Does anybody second that motion? Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have a prepared statement, as my colleague did, but I do have a statement from the heart, and that is I do agree with Trustee Biasotti that because of certain considerations that are in Dr. Martinez's record, he does have some accomplishments, and I do want to give credit for those. However, they do not supersede the community and I believe a lot of educators' concerns about Dr. Martinez. There are specific things that do not fall within the leadership profile of having a stellar character. And I believe that if we were to continue to have him on this slate, there would be some ethical considerations involving potential complaints and things that would slow our process down as far as finding our next leader. So again, I don't have a prepared statement, but I have listened to the concerns coming in by email, by telephone, by personal messages, And also, I'm looking at our leadership profile, and I'm looking at the resumes that were submitted, and there was only one letter of recommendation sent for this person who had some time in this district, some time in other 2 districts, and there's only one letter of recommendation, and it's from a former trustee from this board, and that is the only recommendation. So for that reason, I would concur with Trustee Biasotti to remove him from our slate.
Thank you. Is there any, Trustee Esparza-Straffagan?
So, can you hear me? Okay. So, you know, here's the thing about the leaders that we're reviewing. I think what we have to take into account is sometimes leadership requires a certain kind of leader to make some kind of change. And what I mean by that is this candidate, Pedro Martinez, is considered a change agent, and it's why he's aligned with Chiefs for Change. But I want to bring to the point that we experienced a previous leader that was representing a lot of change that did not prove us to have results. So I would like to say that I am in also support of removing Pedro Martinez, and here's why. There were 2 things on his application that I was concerned about. Specifically in full transparency, one of the responses mentioned, did you ever have an issue with termination? And unfortunately, his response was no. So I find that to be, whether it be an oversight or a lack of paying attention to the question, that is a question that you need to be responsive to. And the other piece that I'm very concerned about, and looking at his pattern, is sometimes as a leader you do need to create certain types of change, but in his history, when he has difficulty with the board, there's a pattern of behavior. And the pattern of behavior is that when that occurs, whatever the decisions that are being made, he often will sue the board. We have just experienced what it is like to be so disrupted by a superintendent. So at this point, I look at what people do and not what they say, and that is a pattern of behavior that's happened in 2 districts. So this is why I would be in favor of both trustees. We do not want to repeat those lessons that we learned from past leaders, and I am in approval of that as well.
Thank you. Is there any other comments? I'd like to make a comment. Oh, Trustee Stevens.
For me, it was, I definitely agree with my colleagues here. I'm more of a broad thinker. I just kind of look at it from a broader view, and I just could see, seems like a lot of drama follows this guy. And if I look at it from that point of view alone, I think that this school district, our kids, our families, our community, it's time for a clean start, a fresh start. So the idea of more drama doesn't sound like fun for any of us, and I don't think that would be fair to our kids. So I also wanted to remove him from the slate.
Thank you. Trustee Biasotti, did you have any other comments? I'm sorry, you're still in the queue. Nope. Trustee Satori.
Yes, I just want to say I'm in agreement with removing him as well. For me, a huge component of this is making sure that we have community support for whoever is selected. I think that's a major factor to bring our district together, and I don't see it there. So in addition to all of the other things, I just don't think it's a good fit.
Thank you. Anybody else? Trustee Barron, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Joseph.
Yeah, no, actually, I do agree with the viewpoints of my colleagues. I just want to point out one thing. What soured this, when it comes to Superintendent Martinez, what soured his relationship was that he was against a very large loan that would have put his last charge there, that one that he'll be finishing in June, that would put it at a significant risk. That is taking out a loan, a very high interest loan that was not a fiscally sound decision. And because he did not support that, it put him crossways with his mayor, and that's what literally got him to be not renewed. Although I do understand why everyone wants him, and of course, I'm not saying I'm actually looking forward to interviewing him. What I want to point out to my colleagues here is one thing that we've talked about is making sure that whoever we have is going to be a fiscally responsible kind of person. That is a quality I think that this guy probably does have, and I just thought I would remind everybody that that is a quality that we reflect. That's a charge that has been brought up to us time and time again by our community. That being said, I agree with my colleagues as to why they do not want to interview him. I think we have better candidates at this point.
Thank you. Dr. Joseph?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just two things I think it's important to just clarify for the public. I think with Mr. Martinez. One, I do think that the question came up about his, signing on the application piece, and I think it's important to just correct that in Wasco County, it is correct that the board terminated his contract, but it's also correct that the board rehired him because the firing was deemed not appropriate. And then the board and Mr. Martinez did come to a mutual separation. Right? Then the second point, that was one thing that was addressed. The other was just thinking of the other issue that I come right. So he wasn't terminated, and then currently, as Mr. Barone shared in his current situation, it was a situation I think where he was being fiscally responsible and not taking a loan. I think that would present a deficit for children, who don't need deficits. I think we do vet candidates thoroughly. This isn't so I did have the opportunity to speak with the mayor that hired him. Because one of the questions that came up was that there was only one recommendation that was there. So I spoke with Mayor Lightfoot, and she discussed the fact that she was a trial lawyer and vets candidates very intensively. And she said, there were other candidates that she had the opportunity to select in Chicago, and she chose him because of the improvement that he had gotten historically in districts, and the fact that when she vetted him thoroughly, she found his character to be stellar. And she said during his time in Chicago, in a place that has not always been, they've had some types of challenges with issues of corruption and things over time. She found him to not be in any of that, and gave him a very favorable remarks on his performance there, and so I just want to bring that to light to say that he is a solid candidate. Now, is he appropriate for the politics of Clark County right now? You as a board know that much better than I. But I wouldn't want it to be said that he's not a qualified candidate, because we as a firm we would stand on the fact that he is qualified. Maybe not appropriate for the politics of Clark County at this moment. And that's what I would submit.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Trustee Johnson?
Yeah, I appreciate everybody kind of sharing, some reasons that we don't think should be on the slate. I think part of the criteria that we set forth was, we need to try to figure out how do we find somebody who can work with a district of our size, and the budget being the budget he's worked with, the largest budget he's worked with is more than 4 times our size. The number of students is more than double the number of students. And again, I think the thing we keep thinking about is we get the opportunity to ask the person these very difficult, challenging questions versus saying, this is the last person on the slate. Is it between this person and one other person? This is the opportunity to ask really difficult questions, and there's always context, right? Like, politics here or there or anywhere, there's going to be context, and I imagine when you are, when you're in a place and you have, a conviction and you have a very clear vision, which I imagine you probably had, there are going to be challenges that come, and whether he did it well or not well, that's not for me to determine. I just think us having the opportunity to ask really challenging questions to a person who wants to do the job is actually a great opportunity for us to then learn what happened there, why did we see that pattern of behavior, versus us kind of making some assumptions about what happened or getting third-party information. So I just think I would not agree to not move forward with an interview, given that we have the opportunity to ask really challenging questions right from the start. And whether he's right or not he'd have to be able to convince 11 of us that he's right, but he'd have the opportunity to do that through his own voice and his presentation versus kind of what's on paper and some context from other places that we don't have all of, in my opinion. So I would disagree, but obviously I don't have a vote, but that's my stance. I disagree because I think we haven't given the opportunity to actually have him here to use his voice to share what happened and for us to have the really hard conversation with him.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos, I think, is next.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Joseph, Dr. Joseph, for bringing up as far as the technicalities regarding the issues that we raised. I'm going to say something here, and I believe I'm the only one on the board that was here in 2018 for the last one, okay? So I'm just going to put that out there. Do we want to set any of these candidates up for failure right at the beginning, or do we want to set ourselves up for a slate that is, they're going to at least have a fighting chance in our community? And I'm going to refer back to my colleague, Trustee Satori. She brought up an extremely important point having to do with the community. And then I'm going to segue over to my other colleague, Trustee Johnson, and I'm going to state that not only do these candidates have to convince us, the 11 of us, because even if we have 4 trustees that currently do not have a vote, they have a voice, and they're able to enter into the discussion and into everything that is going on in this procedure. So the most important people that these candidates are going to have to convince and to glean the support of are going to be our students, our parents, our educators, our community leaders, our people in the district. I don't think that we are the most important 11 people in the district. So I think here that if we look at leaving Dr. Martinez on here, I do want to make the statement that I think that there is enough, I don't want to use the hackneyed phrase where there's smoke, there's fire, but I can't, I'm sorry, I'm blanked out. We had like a 7-hour training today, and so I don't know if we had enough chocolate to kind of, alleviate that. I have concerns, Dr. Joseph and Dr. Pettis, that if he is left on the slate, that there could be some ethical concerns that are brought up along the way that I think would not be fair to this candidate. And so I want to express those concerns at this point. I understand what my colleague, Trustee Johnson, was saying, that we need to give him a chance to interview. But we have 4 other candidates still to look at as far as removing or adding. And I believe, I want to clarify, on these reports, electronically and on here, the contacts and the references and recommendations, those were redacted as far as confidential information, correct? Okay, so when we make a decision on which slate to accept or to reject or to amend, whatever we're going to do tonight, are we going to be able to be provided with the information that we can follow up on those references? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan.
So, Dr. Joseph, I just want to follow up, and I appreciate the clarification because that is important and you want to put it on record. I want to come back and say my statement was that it's not that he isn't qualified, it's the questionability of when you respond about a situation, I have concern that I would have liked to have had an explanation. And I think being forthright and forward about whatever happened, whether that situation, because he is a leader for change. And that's evident with the results that he's getting. But I like and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. There's no assumptions that have been made. What people don't have access to is some of the outreach that we have received prior to this meeting. Like Trustee Cavazos said, with emails and phone calls and such. So there's other information sometimes that we are provided, and so I agree that it is definitely, we are not the most important people to make this decision, and I don't have a vote, but we are privy to information. And we have a sense of urgency. Our time, we have waited for over a year to have a leader to take over. And our kids and our families and our students cannot wait. So I just want to optimize the time with the candidates that we know are a fit for our community and for the district. So I just wanted to kind of uphold that and just say that it's not questioning him as a person or his qualifications. It is about the fit for our district.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'll do my statement and then we'll get ready for public comment. And for 2.01, I have Dr. Bemel and then Ms. Williams to first start it. For me, I would approve the 5 candidates to interview. I think I appreciate the search firm bringing the 5 forward. I think that they are qualified. I do not believe that any of the candidates are not a fit for our district, and I do hear my team members, their comments, so I appreciate them. Trustee Barron, you have something else to say?
Yeah, Madam President, just point of order. Are we going to go ahead and take action on the trustees' motion as a point of order and finish this one first before we go on?
Yes, we have a first from Trustee Biassadi, a second from from Ms. Cavazos, and we are having discussion now before we go to public comment, and then we'll vote.
I just want to mention, because this is in 5 different parts for 2.01, how do you want to do the public comment then? Because if we vote on this one item and there was someone in the public that wanted to discuss about the candidates, just.
Right. That's why we're taking it in manageable pieces. We're going to give the public the opportunity to do comment after each small bite. So we are so we have.
This is part 1.
This is part 1. So we're either, the comment would be on any names you would like to remove from the slate, and then we're going to go to the second decision point, which is there anyone additional from the 40 that you would like to add to the list, and then we're going down and down until each bite-sized pieces. Does that make sense? Ms. Trustee Cavazos?
I think we're down to just saying trustee or Linda or whatever. So just to clarify, we're going to take this in 5 parts, correct? We're going to take this, Madam President, that's okay, in 5 parts. So are we going to take one part at a time as far as the motion for Dr. Martinez? And then are we going to then go to any other trustees and candidates as far as who we want to remove or add?
That's right. You said exactly, but except for the second part, we're not removing. We're just going to decide if we want to add any from the 40.
Okay, and so we are going to take public comment on each part, one part at a time.
Yes, it's important, I think, for us to hear the public on each item.
Thank you so much.
On each part of 2.01.
Thank you.
Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to clarify, we weren't closing the agenda item, but I think that was cleared up. So thank you.
No, not closing it. Trustee Zamora.
I'm just wondering if there's a way we can combine, the removal of the candidates from the slate and adding someone from the 46, so it's one motion, and it can kind of narrow it down.
We can take it either way, but I've already entertained a motion to remove one person from the slate. So we would have to amend it if we want to do that. But I don't know if Trustee Basadi, if you wanted to amend your motion, which would mean that we would take your recommendation to remove one of the candidates, but is there anybody else that you want to add? That's why I want to separate it. So I'm just going to take the slate. Do you want to remove anybody else from the slate? Trustee Barron.
Before I move anybody else, I just wanted to get an opinion from council to make sure that we're within our guidelines here, within our policy.
Thank you. Actually, I discussed it with him before we set it up, so that it's important for us to have public comment. So,
Gotcha.
But our legal counsel, do you want to weigh in?
Yes, John Okazaki, General Counsel for the record. Yeah, so far, the way that the president has indicated to move forward is legally appropriate. You could do it if Trustee Biasotti wanted to amend her motion, she could do that, but she's not required to, obviously. You can do that motion first, take the next motion, and so on.
So right now, I have Trustee Barron, do you still want to add something?
Well, actually, I do I wanted to condense with people who I think are the best fit. I did see, of course, the candidate, Dr. Glass, who he probably knows more about education. He probably forgot more about education than I ever learned myself. At the other time, if we're talking about a fit, I'm not sure if he's the appropriate fit for our community. I'm sure he's an outstanding candidate. I know that he is. But at this point, I do not think that he would be, I don't think he'd be a fit for my community, the way I look at it. But I do see that there is a Mr. Jesse Welch, who apparently he's very familiar with the Clark County School District, and he does lead an alternative district, so to speak, that's right here in the Valley. He's Henderson-based. There's a campus in North Las Vegas. And if it was up to me, I think I would have reversed it. I would have left on Mr. Jesse Welch, and I would have left off Dr. Glass. That's just simply my opinion, and I am speaking out, of course, for my community. And I think for familiarity with our district and all the nuances that go along with that. So I guess I would have two motions. Motion number one to...
Well, I already have a main motion on the floor. I have a main motion.
I guess when it's time, I guess I would suggest a motion to remove Dr. Glass, and another one yet to add Dr. Jesse Welch.
Okay, so I have a main motion, and it's only for one candidate right now. Trustee Dominguez, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, Madam President, if I could suggest we take one candidate at a time instead of adding and switching candidates out. So we could do one candidate at a time, vote to remove, and if no other removals, then we can move on to adding.
Yes, that's the direction I wanted to take.
Because now we have multiple motions.
We only have one main motion, and that's for one person.
Got it.
So, all right, any other, then I'm going to ask for public comment at this time for 2.01. We have one candidate that we are considering, and before we take that vote, is there any public comment? Dr. Beamel, Ms. Williams? On the slate. That's why I wanted to wait. Dr. Beamel.
Good evening, Tiffany Beamel for the record. You guys are like super confusing, just so you know. Sitting out there trying to follow you all is worse than following my freshmen, and they're 14. And y'all are supposed to be grown-ups. This is way too hectic. Pedro Martinez, I've been in this district for 20 years, so I was here. No. This shouldn't even be an option. I don't know why you hired them and then had them put him on here. if you followed Dwight Jones at all, you would agree with this, because what happened during that, it was a mess, and it doesn't need to be a mess again. What I think it was Trustee, I'm sorry, Estropigan, I even wrote it phonetically, said we don't need the drama. We had the drama. I've been here for all the drama, and I'm done, you guys. I keep coming. I keep begging you to listen to the people. Trustee Biasotti said it best. How many emails, how many messages? I can tell you right now, I just went on Facebook with Ms. Binder, and there are 3,000 people in the CCSD Facebook group talking about Pedro Martinez. That's a lot. And it's not even just me repeating over and over, no, which I could if I wanted to, because that is how passionate I am about this. You guys need somebody who is going to move this needle. That's not going to happen. You need somebody who is drama-free. That's not going to happen. I've been through this. I've done it. We need somebody who is no nonsense. That's not going to happen. Somebody who knows the community, understands the teachers, respects the parents, and recognizes that we haven't gotten the job done in Nevada. He was here. He didn't do it. So why would you bring him back? I don't get that. We don't need another Jones. We don't need another Garcia. Same cloth. We need somebody who wants to put down roots, roll up their sleeves, and invest in the long haul. We don't need somebody who's 3 years away from retirement. What is that? No. We need somebody who wants to recognize that the board needs to take back its power, because that's something you need to put in the contract. No more of this, it's operational, so you don't get a say in it. Sure, you need somebody who's fiscally responsible, but if you read what happened in Chicago and you pay attention, that's not fiscal responsibility at all. And you need to pay attention to that too. I don't understand this argument at all. You guys need to talk to each other before you come up here and look silly. So silly. 3,000 posts. How many of your constituents said no? And then you get up here and you fight in front of us again? You said the circus was over. Let it be over.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. And then after Carlana.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'd like to acknowledge my trustee, Madam President, Irene Bustamante Adams. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to be here before you today and have the opportunity to share our thoughts, our comments. I'm of the mindset that time is money. And there's a legislative session going on, and there's a lot at risk for this district and for our students here in the district. So I'm kind of wondering, looking at all of them, and having spent quite a bit of time on these, looking at these, reviewing the 6 candidates, and I know we're down to 5, but I'm of the mindset that really, I only really see 3, really 2, now that you want to remove one, that even meets those qualifications in the profile that you're looking for in a leader. And so I guess my question or my position would be as a trustee is, let's move all of the noise out the way. Let's move all of the showmanship, and let's just get down to the meat and potatoes. I'm a workhorse. I'm an advocate, so I just do the work. And it seems to me that you should be able to move forward really with 3 candidates. And let's fast forward this up so that we can get our next superintendent up at the legislature, hopefully one that has experience at the legislature and has relationships already, because this is a political town and it's all about relationships. So why don't we focus on getting the best candidate up there that checks off all the boxes, part of our community, that has that political savviness and relationships that are already built with the legislature, get them up there so they can go to work for our kids, for our staff, for our teachers, for our community, and begin this healing process. Because by the time you go through this whole 6-candidate process, the session's half over. And really, decisions are already made. Budget decisions are made, all of those things, because they have deadlines. Those bills have to be heard by a certain date. And if they're not, they die. So you have a time clock ticking. and I really just stress strongly that unless we're breaking some rule that you got to interview 6, can we just move forward with 2 or 3 and let our community then focus on them and let that one shining star rise? Because I know the community will rally around them and support them and make sure that we have turned the corner. These past 6 years has been, I just can't even say, but it's been difficult to watch. So I just leave you with that. Thank you for the opportunity, and I hope the community weighs in heavily this time than 2018.
Thank you. Carlana, are you, and then Ms. Crydell.
Good evening, Madam President and Board of Trustees. For the record, my name is Carlana Colseth, and I'm speaking as an individual. This evening, I want to share my thoughts and concerns about the current information on our district search for the new superintendent. First, I'm concerned about the money we've put forth to HYA Associates when one of the candidates they have recommended to this body is someone who ran from our very own school district due to conflicts within his leadership position and performance. He has had a major conflict with every single school district he has been employed with since leaving CCSD. I am firmly against Pedro Martinez moving forward with the interviewing process. He has had his chance with us. He didn't leave the best impression. We need someone who will stick with us for the long haul. There are only 2 strong candidates that should be considered here, Joan Ebert and John Anzalone. Both have worked in various levels of our district. Ebert started as a teacher, Anzalone started as a student. Both have experienced the changes and trends unique to our school district over the last few decades. Only these 2 candidates have the best understanding and knowledge to lead our district in the right direction. I have had experience in working for both Ebert and Anzalone. Both of these candidates have always worked for the students and families in every role they have held in this district. They understand how unique we are as a school district and county. While the other candidates may be presented as finalists tonight have strong work experience and recommendations, they do not hold a candle to truly understand what our students need to grow as productive learners and citizens. It is always hard to explain how our district is unique when tied to a city like Las Vegas, Nevada. Our social economics are not what people expect when you say Las Vegas. We're not an equitably rich city. Many of us are just surviving here, with many of our students and families doing the same as well. We do not have enough schools to accommodate the overcrowding in our district, despite seeing a decline in enrollment currently and predicted for the next school year. Our students and families deserve someone at the helm that will continually work for the whole student, not just seeing them as data points and a number. Educational support professionals, teachers, and administrators deserve someone who will think of the staff and how they can support students as learners first. I firmly do not believe anyone who has never worked in a district like ours will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crydell.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Crydell. I'm a CCSD teacher and the president of NEA of Southern Nevada. As I read through the applications for the slate HYA has chosen, I was struck with the fact that we have a slate where there is some variety in experience and locality. And in another time, we might welcome someone from outside Nevada. However, these are not normal times. This district is struggling, and with what is happening in DC, we could be facing an even more dire situation. For those reasons, it's imperative that we have leadership who understands the nuances of Nevada's educational policies and educational priorities. They must be already familiar with the demographics of Clark County and already have some established relationships in both the district and in local and state government. We need a new superintendent who has less of a learning curve regarding district operations so they're able to make quicker, more informed decisions. And we desperately need a person with knowledge of past initiatives so they can build on our previous successes and learn from the past without starting from scratch. We understand that one of the challenges we're facing is funding issues. Some schools are currently cutting their staff down to bare bones. Some staff are facing being surplused. We're heading into some very tough days. In my 22 years of teaching, I have experienced lean times before. And every time it happened, it was much easier to navigate when we had leadership who was able to walk the walk with us, someone who remembers what it was like to be a teacher and how uncertainty feels. A superintendent who would never deliberately disrespect us with words or actions. The community input regarding the superintendent search strongly advocated for someone who was local. We need someone who understands our district's history, including past administrative decisions and their outcomes. We do need change, but we need it done in ways that are sensitive to the existing norms and values of our communities. Communication from our past superintendent was terrible. So we need someone who will listen to district staff, parents, and even the students. A superintendent who will commit to being open and as transparent as possible. Our next leader must inspire us to do our best while also giving us hope that things will get better. We haven't had hope in a long time. But John Anzalone and Joan Ebert both give me hope that we could have strong leadership in CCSD. I ask that you move those two candidates forward as finalists. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cardell. Gianna? And then I have David Osler. David, are you in the audience? Okay, go ahead and come to this mic right here.
My name is Gianna Imbriani for the record. I'd like to speak to you interviewing John Anzalone as a candidate. As an educator in CCSD for the past 16 years, as a teacher, a department chair, a program director, and a learning strategist, I have never worked for a more effective administrator than John Anzalone. He understands the diverse needs of this school district and the students in it because he has worked in the trenches with them. I witnessed this when he was my principal at El Dorado High School, where he was faced with dealing with the needs of students who were socioeconomically and academically well behind their peers. He faced those needs by bringing in ethnic music programs, performing arts programs, sports programs that got kids to school and got them to graduate. I witnessed it again when he was my principal at Sierra Vista High School, where the population was no less diverse but very different. They needed to be pushed academically, the rigor of the students and the teachers. And in both those settings and every setting I've witnessed him in, he identifies the weak spots and he puts together a team to address them. He leads with an open heart, but a firm hand. And that's the kind of leader that we need for this moment in CCSD. We need a leader who is not afraid to make tough choices, and he is willing to have those tough conversations, those uncomfortable conversations, like informing staff members to let go of budget cuts. But he does that compassionately, and that's what sets him apart from the other candidates that you're planning to interview. He treats every student, teacher, parent, and community member with a level of dignity and respect that instills trust in his decision-making. And that's what we need. We need a leader for this moment at the helm that people can trust, one who can restore our faith in the office of superintendent. And most importantly, one with the skills and the strength to identify the problems we have and to make the tough choices that are needed to solve them. That leader is John Anzalone. I'd also like to say that I'm a product of Clark County School District. I graduated over 20 years ago, and I have witnessed in the last 20 years the watering down of our education system. It is easy for candidates to boast improving graduation numbers when we take away things like proficiency exams that prove what our students actually know. It's easy for us to improve our CTE enrollment numbers when we cut our programs from 3 years to 2 years. But these kinds of decisions that have been made by other candidates are decisions that have watered down the education we're sending students into the world with. They're less able to make decisions, they're less able to go to college and into trades. We need a candidate who can not only use their experience within this district, but also can bring the community together. So please, I urge you to interview John Anzalone because I believe that he is that only. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Good evening. My name is David Osler. I'm proud to be here tonight as both an educator and an alumnus of El Dorado High School. I am a father of 5 children who are all in the CCSD. 2 have graduated already. I'm a biology teacher and a soccer coach. I have dedicated my career to helping students grow both in the classroom and on the field, but none of us can do that alone. We need strong leadership, and that's what makes the difference between a struggling school and a thriving one. This is exactly why I stand in support of Dr. John Anzalone for superintendent. I believe he will do for CCSD what he did for my community. I had the privilege of working under Dr. Anzalone when he was principal at El Dorado High School, and I can say firsthand that he is a leader who transformed the school from the inside out. Before he arrived, we faced many challenges. We had low morale among the teachers, we had disengaged students, and we had a struggling graduation rate. But Dr. Anzalone didn't just come in with words, he took action. He changed the culture of the school, bringing back performing arts, adding magnet programs, and instilling a sense of pride in both the students and the staff. He believed in our students, and in turn, they started believing in themselves. That belief translated into results. Higher engagement, a strong sense of community, and most importantly, increased graduation rates. John Anzalone understands something that many leaders often overlook. A school's success depends on its people. He knows how to build positive work environment, and as an educator, I can tell you that makes all the difference. At my time at El Dorado, I've had over 8 principals, and he is the best. With teacher shortages reaching crisis levels, we need somebody that can not only recruit new teachers, but can retain them. John knows how to create that atmosphere where teachers feel valued and supported and empowered to do their best work. He's done it before, and he can do it again for all of Clark County. I wholeheartedly believe that Dr. John Anzalone is the right choice for superintendent. He has the vision and experience, and most importantly, the heart to lead our schools in the right direction. He can hit the ground running because he knows what's worked here in the past and what we need to fix. And I just want you to give your strong consideration to him as a candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stephen Smith and then Jacqueline.
Good evening, trustees, school board. I'm Stephen Smith. I've been in the district 19 years. I've been an educator for 25 years. I've taught elementary school, middle school, and then for 19 years, high school. I've been in private school, I've been in charter school and public school. And I have to tell you, excuse me, Dr. John Anzalone is one of the most competent administrators across that board of experience that I have ever worked with. As stated earlier, his compassion is just foremost on his heart when it comes to approaching students and educators. Dr. Anzalone always knew what was going on in my class because he's always down in the courtyard of the school and in the cafeteria shaking down kids, asking them how they're doing, how your class is going, who's your teacher. Dr. Anzalone would come up to me and say, hey, you really got some good stuff going on in your class, and that project you're working on is really awesome. And I'm going, man, how do you know? You got an angel that's telling you this stuff? And he's getting to know the kids. He knows the students on his campus. He knows the staff. He's got an open door policy. And I was on SOT the whole time at Sierra Vista when Dr. Anzalone was there. And ladies and gentlemen, there were years, particularly when he first got there, that we ran that high school on a shoestring because of budget cuts unforeseen during those years before the COVID money and the Build Back Better plan and all that stuff kicked in. And I can tell you as an SOT member, we had a voice. We went through those budgets line by line. It took hours, and he gave us a voice, and he would give us some options. This is where I'm at, but if you guys don't like it, we'll start over. We had a voice on that SOT. It wasn't some rubber stamp like in some schools. I think I counted 12 times. You said a good fit. Is a good fit Maryland? People that don't even know what this community is about. Is a good fit Chicago? Have we not, as one of the previous speakers said, been there, done that? So I agree with with some of the earlier speakers. I think we really have 2 candidates in this game. And I would just really urge you to take Dr. Anzalone's interview seriously, interview him. He knows the community, he knows us, he knows CCSD because he's been here before and worked in CCSD. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Jacqueline?
Hi, everyone. A little nervous.
I've been in the district since 2006. I've been here for 19 years now. I moved here from Connecticut. I met John Anzalone when he became the principal at El Dorado High School. I then moved over to Sierra Vista and worked with him there. He's an amazing man. Here's the thing. I love teaching. It's my life's work. I became a widow at 35 years old. And to get past that and help my kids and everything, I became a teacher, and I've dedicated my whole life to the job. I walk into school every day wanting to do my best. I don't need someone that makes me want to fear them. I don't need someone who makes me afraid to go to work because I never know what's coming next. I never know what, I want someone who I know, if they ask for a survey in our opinion, that they actually listen to what we have to say. We've spent a long time in the last 5 years. It's been pretty tough as a teacher here. It grinds you down to worry about all of the challenges that we're facing with our kids. And some of the new policies weren't always the best. But I do want to say this. John is someone who understands our community. John Anzalone is an amazing man. He listens, he's compassionate. He is a friend to the parents, to the students, to the teachers, to the board. He listens, he's respectful, and he is the best candidate for the job. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jacqueline. Dana and then Jenna.
I'm going to do the thing you do. Good evening. I am here to talk about John Anzalone myself. I would like to start out by saying that I feel very fortunate to have worked with John Anzalone. I worked at Sierra Vista when John started there in 2015 until he left in 2021. John is an amazing person, extremely caring, always hands-on with the students, open to the staff, and any suggestions that they would make. He would always be open to listening. But when it was time to work and get things done, John was very serious and expected nothing less. He had a great rapport with everybody, including the parents of the students. He was respectful and empathetic. It was the first time that I had ever worked with a principal that had so many people look up to him and admire him. I can say to this day, I have never heard a bad word or a remark about John Anzalone. And that says a lot. I could tell you endless stories about the remarkable things that John Anzalone has done and has accomplished over the years. If there was a way to help a student to get where they needed to be academically or personally, that was John, always willing to help a student. Like most things in life and in work, there are always the ones that love to focus on the negative. And every school has negative. After all, we are one of the world's large, or not the world's, but we are the largest school district. The thing that I can tell you is that John did not mess around or excuse any behavior that was wrong, inappropriate, or unkind. If there was ever a situation like that, he would take care of it immediately and always go through the proper protocol of CCSD standards. It was always nice to be in the main office and work so closely with our principal, other administrators, and the counseling team. Even though I had been with the district part-time for about 29 years, I finally went into counseling, and I was with the district for over 12 years as a counselor. Working with John for so many years really gave us a team feeling. John Anzalone is also a family man. He was raised in Las Vegas. He spent his school years here and graduated from high school in Las Vegas. He had an incredible mom. Anyone that ever met her would know instantly where John got his great personality and his work ethic. John has 3 amazing children who would all be able to attend CCSD given the opportunity to serve as superintendent.
Thank you, Ms. Jenna. That's all the time we have. No, that was Dana, and now we have Jenna, and then we have Terrellyn.
I have a cough. Please excuse my voice and my candy today. Jenna Robertson for the record. There are 3 things I hope you'll consider when choosing our finalists for superintendent. One is our reorg laws. There is no point in bringing us a superintendent candidate who is not educated in Nevada's unique reorg law. Perhaps all serious candidates need to be educated about it thoroughly before being questioned by the public, or before they agree to take on the job if they can't thrive under the guidelines of this very unique Nevada law. As a longtime SOT parent, chair, vice chair, and community member, I see this knowledge as setting up our new superintendent for success in the community. 2, community engagement and trust building. It's not news that the community's trust in CCSD is not in a great place right now and hasn't been for a while. Monthly meetings with the community are not too much to ask when we're entrusting our children to a superintendent you as a board, I do not mean this to be as snarky as I know it sounds, have given all the power to. I know that we need you to take back your power as a board and work with your only employee, not around or in spite of your only employee. 3, communication and transparency. Never again do I want to hear a community member, a parent, a student, a staff member, or a trustee on this board shut down with a dismissive, "That's operational." Good communication and transparency will go a long, long way in repairing the trust problem in this district. I hope to see candidates Anzalone and Ebert brought forward, and I'd be open to some of the many candidates I know are still in your pile with knowledge about our unique laws in Nevada and our unique Nevada ways. Thank you.
Thank you. After Terrellyn, Stephen Dudley.
Okay, Carolyn Thompson for the record. When my son started the University of Wyoming last fall, he was walking around with his friends and saw a broken sprinkler. He proceeded to ask them about the town's watering laws or watering schedule. His friends stopped and looked at him extremely confused. This was the first and not the last conversation with his friends in Wyoming that proves that Las Vegas is a unique place to live. I grew up in Las Vegas and attended school in CCSD. I was lucky that the school district was run under a well-respected superintendent named Brian Cram. What made him a great superintendent is that he understood Las Vegas because he grew up here. He was a superintendent when the city had major growth, budget shortfalls, and overcrowded classrooms. He knew that overcrowded classrooms would not help kids be successful, so he advocated for bond measures to help build new schools. He worked to attract and retain qualified educators despite budget constraints because he understood the importance of keeping good qualified teachers in the classroom, something our former superintendent overlooked. He was also known for being accessible to the public and fostering strong relationships between the district and the community. Why am I giving you this history lesson? Because our community has lost trust in our superintendent years ago. They have overwhelmingly voiced that they want a superintendent that is local. We need someone who understands CCSD, someone who understands that our history, which comes with success, but many, many missteps. We need someone who has a connection and relationships within the community. We need someone whose heart is rooted here, not someone who is here on a layover and CCSD will end up being another line on their resume when they decide to leave to move on to something better and or different. We need someone who believes that the answer to budget problems is not to increase class size. We need someone who will strive to find ways to keep our families from leaving our district for charter schools because they are fed up with huge class sizes and canned curriculum that is not helping anyone. We need someone who believes that retaining effective veteran teachers are just as important as recruiting new ones. We need someone who understands that all classes are important to student growth, not just the ones that are on the state test. We need someone who believes that CCSD can do better and will work with all stakeholders to build a better school district. I want to leave you with a quote from Brian Cram, and he said, "I always believe that the student is the most important person in the school, and the classroom teacher is the next." Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen Dudley, and then Dr. Lazos.
Madam Chair, board members, I appreciate you allowing us to come in here and speak today. My name is Stephen Dudley, D-U-D-L-E-Y. I'm the senior representative for the Carpenters Union here in Las Vegas. Sounds like you have some great candidates. We trust that you'll pick, wisely on what everyone's saying. Know that our door is open for this new superintendent. to come in. We're very proud of our partnership with Clark County School District. We've been partnered now for 3 years with our Career Connections curriculum. It's state accredited CTE curriculum for the construction industry training. 20 young people have been brought in and direct joined to the Carpenters Union since we've partnered up. Every one of them are still working right now in Southern Nevada, all around the valley. We are right now implementing our SKIP program. It's our Student Carpenter Internship program, where one of our 14 high schools, a young person that's still in school can internship and go to work for one of our good signatory contractors, building the M Casino, the Venetian, various projects around Las Vegas. So just wanted to come here and say that we're very proud of our partnership with CCSD, and that it sounds like you have a couple of good candidates here. And we look forward to partnership moving forward with whoever you do pick. Thank you.
Thank you. After Dr. Lazos, Anna Binder, please proceed.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to give you comments. I have already submitted written comments, but I wanted to supplement that with some kind of personal experience that I have witnessed over too many years. I don't want to count them, of more than one superintendent and more than one experience with search. And this is a very important process. I'm so happy to see how seriously all the trustees are taking it. I guess my main advice is that we need an insider at this time. We have gone from, well, we need an outsider from New York or Chicago who will rescue us from that extreme, to the other extreme, which is we have an insider who has talked to just about everybody in town, made just about any promise you can think of, and then has lined up people in this boardroom, and it is this side all supporting that insider candidate, and this side 2 or 3 people supporting the other side. That's not a good look, and it's also not a good way to have a search that some insider is lobbying before these candidates are even assembled. In particular, I echo Yvette's concern about the legislature and the negativity that has been around CCSD and how that would impact our bottom line, our budgets. People who do budgets are people, and they're influenced by, do I respect you or not respect you? Do I have a relationship with you or do not have a relationship with you? So I think at this time, it is really, really important to have somebody that is a known quantity, that the legislature knows and that the legislature can trust. And for these reasons, I strongly believe that at this time we have to go with an insider candidate. I will confess to you that I know Pedro Martinez, I like him, but I will also admit that I knew him as a university professor, somebody who was trying to get reading centers done. He funded them, he took a chance on us. But I've always been amazed at the negativity that he and Dwight generated inside the school district. So for that reason, I would back the sentiment that maybe this is not the right place for Pedro to come in. It's just too much negativity around him. I also agree with Isaac that Jesse Welch should be included. He's an insider. I have always been impressed with his analytical mind. And when he was running the data and research piece of CCSD, he was incisive, hardworking, and was able to problem solve on the fly. He should be included. He knows us. He is a data person, and he, again, has the confidence of the staff and the students of CCSD. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Binder and then David Gomez.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. So when Tiffany mentioned there's 3,000 comments discussing Pedro, I know on my own personal page, the minute that I posted all 6 names, the immediate feedback was overwhelming. I was getting private text messages with curse words all over it to get Pedro off this list. So I'm going to keep my comments limited to that because I'm not even a trustee, but the minute I just put 6 names up there, the community was already falling over themselves to say no. Like, no, we don't want it. No, 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 and why? And that is really important. Also, and I think I've said it publicly, but I'm going to say it right here and right now. The number one thing that the community does not like about him is he is the current board chair of Chiefs for Change. His contract would look exactly like Jara's did. We would be forced to buy him out if we wanted him out, and he would hold us hostage. He would sue the hell out of us, and then every news station would be in the back of that room for every single meeting when he's there. We don't want it. If it looks like and it smells like it's probably
Thank you, Ms. Binder. Mr. Gomez?
David Gomez for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance President, former Deputy Director of LULAC when it was here, Education, former President of Wake Up, Westside Action Alliance Corp., and a whole bunch of other things, a father of 7, and I'm back here again doing this all over again. You know, if I don't do good things, I don't say good things, and I don't represent God and the children and the families, then organizations like Rise Up wouldn't exist. Because I went to the state superintendent and told him, no, we're not going to do this with this all school district. Parents that are involved that don't like pedos are here too. So we just settled with Sierra Vista lawsuit. I don't know if you know where the connection is. I'm not going to tell you, but you better figure it out. And when we settled for that Sierra Vista lawsuit, there was somebody on campus that had no business being on campus. So if you guys cannot look deeper and figure it out, or go ask John or legal what happened in that particular case, he'll probably tell you. But, you know, who I'm going for is Joan Ebert. Now, Joan has never really agreed with me. We've had our fights, we've had our disagreements, but she's always told me, you're nothing but good trouble, Mr. Gomez. I said, okay, I guess that's good enough for me. But, you know, these are the things that we're looking at, and legislation is here. And Yvette is right. She's totally right, 100%. We are in a situation where things are going to change very fast, drastically, and quick. And if you do not make a decision now with who it is that you need to really go with, then you're making another mistake again, just like the previous superintendent, just like the previous ones and the previous. We just keep going around in this big old circle. And then Albert Einstein said that insanity is doing the same thing over again and expecting a different outcome. And it seems like I don't know who's playing to what, where, when, and why. And I don't know what game it is, but Miss Henry knows I've been out there. I fought for West Prep Elementary to get built with Marzette Lewis and everybody else, and they threw money at it. I'm the one that wrote 2 anti-racial policies that they chopped up, and they did whatever with it. It still doesn't look good to me. It still doesn't, because there's some people that are not included. I keep doing for free more and more and more. And I'm here, and I represent God. I don't represent you. I represent the people of God. You got to remember, only 1/3 of us are going to replace the 1/3 that was kicked out. So you better figure out where you're going to sit when it talks about you making a decision for the behalf of children.
Thank you. With that, that closes our public comment. We do have a main motion, and that motion is to remove the candidate, Dr. Martinez, from the slate. And I have a first from Trustee Biasotti, a second from Trustee Cavazos. Okay, Tom, I'm sorry, I can't understand how you spell your last name, but please come forward for...
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm unannounced. I'm a 60-year resident here. I went to West Charleston High Park Clark 76. And my only question is, in 2020, and I'd like to raise the hands if you people are voting for these children. I was never married, no kids. I'm a piece of work, as you can tell. How many of you were here in 2020? Raise your hand.
Sorry,
Yep.
I'm sorry. You can just make public comment.
Okay, my comment is this. The children took jabs and swabs. I haven't heard anybody from Lombardo to Starbucks to Michael McDonald none of you, about the damage done to the children with the jabs and swabs? What is your opinion of the damage done? And we're putting these people in, these are the children. If they're sick, if they got damaged, why is nobody talking about this?
So hold
And
on,
what was the
if you could start
superintendent
to-
that's coming in, what was his position for taking those shots? What is your position today? I think you were still forcing them in September, weren't you? They started.
Do you have any public comment on the candidates that we are
I want to
deciding
know what their
on?
position is.
No. Oh, okay.
Yes, I want to know what their position is. What's your position about these jabs and swabs? If you trusted the FDA and the CDC, you better watch out for the FCC because that's what I'm coming up with next, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hanks. Okay, that ends our public comment. We do have a main motion, like I mentioned before, and that is to remove one candidate, and then I'll come back to you, Trustee Barron. And so that is to remove candidate Dr. Martinez from the slate, moving forward on who we want to interview. That is a motion by Trustee Biasotti and a second by Trustee Cavazos. Please cast your vote. Okay, that motion passes 7-0. The second motion I have is from Trustee Barron to remove Mr. Glass. Do I have a second? If I could see the screen, Mr. French. I have Trustee Cavazos.
Madam President, I would second that motion.
Okay, I have a first from Trustee Barron, and I have a second from Trustee Cavazos. Any comments? Okay, then I'll go ahead and cast your votes. And that passes 6-1. And are there any other candidates that you would like to remove from the slate? Trustee Basiliadis. Why do I keep saying, I want to say Billy Basiliadis, but it's, so sorry,
Just
Trustee.
go slower. So at this time, I would like to make a motion to remove Ben Schuldener from the list of candidates.
Okay, I have first to remove, and Mr. Joseph, can you help me pronounce the last name correctly?
Ben Schuldener.
Schuldener. Okay. Is there a second? Trustee Barron.
Actually, I know that we have. I'm getting the distinct impression that, of course, we seem to be leaning towards kind of like internal candidates. But on this one, although Mr. Or is it Dr. Schuldener? Dr. Schuldener, I do believe that Dr. Schuldener does have a lot to offer for us as someone to listen to if he's willing to come and travel and actually be interviewed. If you can make Lansing, Michigan work, it's a lot like North Las Vegas. I realize that it's not of the size of our school district, but with all respect, the Midwest, the Rust Belt, they have a lot of challenges. And if you can make a Rust Belt city educational system work, I think at the very least we should actually extend an opportunity for this man to come and be interviewed by us. Now, whether he'd actually have an honest shot, I would think that we would extend, again, an honest shot. This was a national search, not a Nevada search, not a Clark County School District search. It was a national search. Dr. Schuldener, if he is a PhD, which I already forgot, I read all 46. And I even read the guy who was the Ulta CEO, okay? So, and I think one pilot, I think a person would probably be my colleague if I was at their school. So I think this person would, Dr. Schuldener, although obviously, it does seem like there's a trend for us to pick an internal candidate. I think it would behoove us to have at least one person in that national search to actually be interviewed, just so we can see what else is out there, what the trends are, and get a fresh look. Again, that is just my opinion, and that's what I offer my opinion to my colleagues on that.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd have to agree with my colleague, Trustee Barone. I'd like to give Mr. Ben Schuldner, my apologies, an opportunity. We don't know until the interview, and he was one of those resumes that I was interested to see what he had to bring to the interview.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson?
Yeah, I just think it's, I agree with both Trustee Dominguez and Trustee Barone. We made an investment to do a national search because that's what we thought was going to be helpful for us as a board to be able to find a deep candidate pool. And if you want to have a deep candidate pool, you have to look all over. And so I think for us to swiftly, and we've already done too, but to swiftly take out candidates because of locale, that's actually not helpful for us to be able to do the best in terms of finding the best quality candidates. And, I know all of us have day jobs, and in our day jobs, we want to find the most qualified candidates, no matter where they come from, even if we're asking for somebody to have deep understanding of where we live. And so you can still be able to prove that, but again, we have to ask the questions first. And so before we decide, the reason why we want to cut someone is just because they aren't from here or just because they haven't worked here yet. I don't think that's the best reason for us to do that. If they have proven that, for some reason that we've seen that they don't deserve an opportunity to interview, I think we should think about that. And again, we invested in a reputable, nationally known search firm to find candidates for us, and they've done that. And so for us so I think we should then take the same amount of time to go through that slate of candidates and look at those people and give them the kind, especially after they've said that these are the kind of quality candidates that we were asking for, give them the opportunity to be interviewed.
Thank you. Trustee Biasotti.
I respect the process. I know we appreciate all the work that has been put into it. But as someone said earlier here, time is money. And we do have an urgency. The clock is ticking loudly. And I think the answer is right in front of us. I think we're here to get the job done. And I personally have heard enough. We have a local star, and I think it's time to let him shine. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan?
So, I'm going to say after reviewing all 46 candidates, I do know that the search firm purposefully narrowed this down for a reason. And I'm going to say that I agree with some of my colleagues in looking at this individual's outputs and his proven record. We do have some local stars. That is absolutely true. But the fact that this gentleman served in different capacities, not just as a superintendent, but also as a school board member. And he also served on a national organization that is a wide net. So I would be curious, at a minimum, just to even see his SWOT analysis, because I think that is going to be a very telling part of the interview process. So I would say I'd like to keep him in the slate.
Thank you. So I had a main motion to remove Dr. Schuldner, thank you. And, but I didn't hear a second. So I didn't hear a second, so that motion does not pass. So then what I'm hearing from the team is that we would approve the slate of Dr. Ebert, Dr. John, she's not a doctor, thank you, Joan Ebert, Dr. John Ancelone, and then the one that I can't pronounce, and I'm sorry, Schuldner, Dr. Schuldner is what I am hearing from the team. So Trustee Barron.
Yes, Madam President. Before you approve the slate, just to remind, I was a little bit puzzled, and of course, I'm no aspirations against our search firm, who I think did an honest effort, an honest effort. Dr. Jason Welch, Jesse Welch, I'm sorry. It just so happens, yeah, Jesse Welch. Okay, you want to do this one?
See if there's anybody that we want to add from the 40.
Okay.
So this is just the slate that the search firm
The original
put forward.
slate.
Yeah, the
Okay,
original
fantastic,
slate.
thank you.
Yes, so the original slate. Trustee Cavazos, from the original slate that was produced by the search firm, is there, I heard 3 people that we want to move forward for candidate interviews.
I'm in agreement with that. I think that I would have to, excuse me, acknowledge those people in the audience that said that this is extremely confusing. Somebody said it was more than a 9th grade class, and I used to teach 9th grade, so I'm taking that to heart. So what we are doing right now is we're asking for approval of those 3 individuals, and then if we wanted to add someone from the other 40, then we would take that separately. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you.
trustee.
Thank you.
I
Thank
just
you
want
for that
clarification
clarity.
on that.
Thank you. So then I am going to ask for us to cast our votes for those 3 candidates that the search firm has decided to put forth, and we decided to move forward in the candidates interview. Ms. Ebert, Mr. Anzalone, and Mr. Schuldiner.
There you go.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. Would you like to add anything before? Yes.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Anna Binder for the record. The only thing that I wanted to point out is Schludner, what did you say? Shoulders? Whatever, okay? He'll have, like, whatever, okay? And I really do apologize, too, because Danielle and I even tried to figure it out ourselves and couldn't do it. The only thing, and I want to give you guys this comparison. So both Anzalone and him are under current contract until 2027 in the districts that they currently represent. And so if the difference is that guy would be abandoning his district if we were to extend an offer of employment to him. So if he is willing to jump ship from Michigan in the middle of his contract, what will he do to us when he decides he's not happy? Hold on, I'm not done. With Mr. Anzalone, I actually reached out and asked him about this because I can't scrutinize one without asking the other. And Anzalone comes with the support of his existing district, knowing he wants to come home. And so when you read the letter of support from the board president and his community in Washington, the other guy doesn't come with that at all. And so that makes me raise really huge flags. Why are you walking out of a 6-year contract to come here? Like, right? And it only makes sense for one, the one coming home. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other public comments before we cast our votes to approve the slate that the search firm has put forth? We are going to have a second round of those from the other 40 that were not put forth. Legal counsel.
Madam President, just to be clear, was there a motion to approve and a second to approve these 3?
I haven't gone there yet.
Okay, yeah, just make sure that there's a motion for the approval of these on the
Yes.
slate.
Thank you. Would anybody like to make, any of the trustees like to make a motion to approve the 3 candidates to move forward in the interview process? Trustee Barron.
Yeah, Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the 3 candidates, Ebert, Anzalone, and Schuldiner.
Thank you so much. Trustee Esparza-Straff again.
And I will second that motion.
Okay, thank you. Seeing that, please cast your votes. That passes 6-1. So next now, I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Barron because out of the 40, are there any others that we would like to consider to move forth?
Dr. Jesse Welch, again, I was very impressed with him, right? Reading about him. And, well, you know, if he can make the trip all the way from Henderson, right, to come and be interviewed, I think it behooves us to maybe have him come and be interviewed. Apparently, just reading his resume within CCSD and seeing how he has helped expand Nevada State High School, including opening a new campus in North Las Vegas, I think that says a lot about the individual. And I would like to actually meet him and have him have a chance to be interviewed by this board.
Thank you. Does anybody like to second that motion? Trustee Henry.
Thank you. I would like the second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second discussion. Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. I had a quick question. I know when we had spoke on the phone, you were very open for me to be able to ask this. So what was the reason why Jesse Walsh was not on the top slate?
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the question. We reviewed all 43 candidates. He's a, strong candidate. We felt, as we looked at the complexity of this school district, and particularly his experience, he had, I believe, he had 6 years in central office here, in addition to being a principal, a combination of being a curriculum leader and then an accountability person. He left and went to Arizona a little over a year in his superintendency there. And then it, for reasons, it got cut short, and he returned back to the Nevada High School district. As we looked at the slate of candidates that we had, and we looked at the profile, we felt that the slate that we recommended just had more experience and had more complexities to the work. When we looked at candidates that didn't have Clark County experience, we looked at, well, what were the other things? And we saw, others had state superintendent experience or other districts and things of that nature. But having said that, we do believe that, Dr. Welsh brings a wealth of experience. He definitely knows Clark County. But in our reasoning, as we rated the candidates, that's where we fell short. It was the limited superintendent experience in that ability. Though he did have 6 years here. That was our reasoning.
Thank you for that.
Any other discussion? Trustee Henry. Oh, that's okay. No worries. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to clarify something right now without going into details that perhaps that Dr. Joseph did not bring up right now, and that has to do with the tenure of Dr. Welsh in Arizona. There were some very specific circumstances involving his family's safety. The letters of recommendation from Paradise Valley District were extremely complimentary, from board members, from council people, from legislators. It was across the whole spectrum there. So I don't want to cast any unintentional aspersions that his year and a half tenure there was something because he did something wrong. Because the letters of recommendation are from Paradise Valley, Scottsdale, Arizona. So I just want to make that clear.
No, without question, we don't, if that is what was, if that's what you interpreted from what I said, please forgive me, that was not the intent. The intent was it was limited experience in a much smaller district in comparison to some of the others, and as we ranked the candidate, simply. But, again, he's a candidate that has experience in Clark County, and he's had solid experience here, and I know he is an individual who has been, well-liked, so it's not a, as a firm, the board has the power to bring up anyone, and as we communicated, as I spoke with each one of you over the past week and shared, please, this isn't an exact science. We encourage you to go through. We look at the leadership profile that you identified. You know your politics and your culture. So it's a partnership as you work to identify those candidates. But we stay strict to the rubric that was set and do our best, knowing that it's not an exact science.
Absolutely, Dr. Joseph, and I really appreciate that. I just want to make sure, because again, as Trustee Biasotti brought up and several of my other colleagues, we had an awful lot of, we had some specific comments, a lot that had to do with candidate Martinez and candidate Welsh, and just absolute astonishment, because not only are we looking at the different things in the leadership profile, one of those things had to do with character and with stellar background, and so there was a lot of astonishment there. So I just want to make sure that we, the board, are extending the same respect, whether we agree with the candidate or don't agree with the candidate, but that we are extending that respect, that they put themselves out there to be considered and put their resumes out there and are looking to us to make a good decision. So I just want to make sure that any comments that we make don't have, there's always going to be leeway for things to be misinterpreted. But I just wanted to clarify that, because being from Arizona, I got a lot of comments complimenting Dr. Jesse Welsh. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. I do have, because I'm looking at their applications right now, there's a question I have, because I noticed with Dr. Welsh, his district was 28,000 students, and that's on page 340 of 366. And as you're locating that, Dr. Joseph, what I really want to ask you about, though, is page 3 of 24. So maybe, because there is a number, it says 7200, but there is no comma. So does that mean 7,200, or is it 72,000?
Can you repeat the question so that I can help look that up as well?
Sure, Dr. Perez, if you could go to page 3 of 24, and that is looking at Dr. Anzalone's application, the student population in that district, it says 7200, but there's no comma. So
His district has 7,200 students.
7,200 students?
Yes.
Okay. So I wanted kind of to put that in context for people to understand that Dr. Welsh, in his past service as a superintendent, had 28,000 students.
Sure.
We have over 296,000 students. So, and the other thing that makes Dr. Welsh, I think, someone that we should consider is he's, out of all of our slate, he is the only bilingual candidate. He speaks Spanish, and that's not like the end-all be-all for us, but it's something I think we need to look at, the fact that he brings a different skill set than some of the other candidates.
Yes, and I would say, I remember as we communicated, and I spoke with all 11 board members this week, I recommended and brought to your attention as we were speaking that Dr. Welsh was there, as well as some other Nevadians, because I do know that as a community, this was extremely important to you. So as we, so I want to just be clear that as I spoke to you all, and you could affirm, I did bring up Dr. Welsh to say, as you're looking at your 40 candidates, there are candidates there that we did not recommend in our slate, but we think should be important for you to see. And Dr. Welsh was one, and there were some other candidates who were non-traditional that we brought to your attention as well. Because as the board, we know that, again, we know you know your community well. And so that, but as we said with the difference, when we looked at the slate between Dr. Anzalone and Dr. Welsh, I think one of the things that we noticed was Dr. Angelone was a principal in 4 of your high schools. And as someone who has been, you know, in a superintendency and a principal before, I know, you know, sort of high school principals tend to be sort of like the governors of a community. And when you have someone who's been kind of the governor in 4 different locations, even with that 7,000 as we selected, that was part of the consideration as we look forward to. But again, there are a number of outstanding Nevadians that were in that group of 40, and so as a board, you know, we work together, and you identify who you believe are the best.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
That's not
keep
it.
going.
So I just want to go back to reminding my colleagues about the profile and the emphasis of them really wanting an individual that was familiar to the community. And Dr. Welsh is definitely, I think, one of those other candidates amongst the others that we have on the slate that are very understanding the landscape in Nevada and what our needs are. So I would be in support of that.
Thank you. Trustee Biasotti.
I've also heard great things about Jesse Welsh. It would just take too much at this point to overlook the enormous outpouring of support that we have for one particular candidate, and he is checking off so many boxes. So I would like to urge my colleagues to focus on the task at hand and to proceed with what we have already without adding more and just keeping this thing going. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Henry?
I know I don't want you to be repetitive, but you've spoken so highly of Mr. Welsh. And my question is, I know that it was limited to 6. You know, we were presented with a slate of 6. Why was it stopped at that number if you're speaking so highly of this individual?
Yeah, I looked at the we as a team, because we do it as a team. We looked at the complexities of, you know, a superintendency is a very difficult job. Walking into a district with the size of Clark County, and I've been in districts of 189,000 was my largest, and this is double. And I've gone from small to large. The complexities and the time period, you know, if you've got, so that was a consideration. We really spent a lot of time thinking about, you know, Dr. Welsh and what he brought, you know, and I think it was, you know, it's not an exact science. I don't, you know, I think the decision to just stop where we were was we felt that we had a strong slate of people who understood complexities, and even with, you know, with the last candidate that we moved in, we looked at the years of the superintendency and the complexities of what they dealt with during that time, because that muscle strength in this moment we thought was important as a consideration. But again, you know, he could be an excellent candidate. I'm not deterring, but that was the, you know, at some point you feel, do you have a strong enough slate to move forward, and then we can bring others to you. But it's the complexity piece. The level of complexity is significant in the role.
And also, because I know that this is a lot. Like, when I look at this big old, this is a lot. And I'm happy that we had a 3-day weekend to try to go through all of it. Can you speak to me a little more about the data or the diversity? I didn't, you know.
Yes, thank you. That is a great question. We looked at people around the country. I spoke to over, you know, 50, 60 different candidates of all diverse backgrounds, diversity in every shape and form. I think the challenge that you have in doing a national search in a Clark County is the open law. There are a lot of diverse candidates from across the country who were hesitant to put their name in because the media that comes, and then the challenges you have at home, because no matter where you are, when you apply for Clark County, people at home know. And so there were a number of candidates who had diverse backgrounds, of all genders, races, who I spoke with, who considered it. I mean, I spoke to some people 7, 8 times, going back and forth. And then the decision was just ultimately, I can't risk stepping out there, particularly if I don't have a connection in Clark County, and there's a chance that I'll lose. Because particularly with your leadership profile saying you wanted someone with Clark County, Nevada roots, and also political acumen and the political nature. I think when they weighed the options, they just said not at this time. But we touched diversity in every shape and form. But ultimately, I think in this national climate where there are just challenges, if people were doing well and safe in their environments, they didn't want to take the risk.
Thank you.
Nancy Perez for the record as well. I just wanted to just echo that because there were some comments about certain candidates leaving their position mid-contract and what that said about a person. I just want to reiterate to the board that the reason why you're hired HYA is to have recruitment. And that's what we excel at. We have networks and we have contacts, and we recruited heavily for this position. And as Dr. Joseph said, that means we talk to many people, talk to them about why Clark County, about the leadership profile. Many of them just could not stomach the public nature of this process. And in the case of the Lansing superintendent that was brought up, he's already received so much press about him even being in this process. And that puts somebody at jeopardy. But at the same time, when we call them and we recruit them and we're talking to them, it's also a great honor to be considered for Clark County. And so I just, ask the board to think about that and weigh that, right? Because it really does take a really special individual that's going to say, I'm going to risk it all and put my name out there, not as a finalist, but at the very, very beginning of a process, many of whom have their name out there now and are not getting an interview and still will reap the same sort of scrutiny back in their home districts. And so I hope you all see that as an honor that so many people want to entertain this opportunity despite what it could do to their current position and career.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, then for public comment, is there anyone that would like to provide some public comment? Anna Binder, Mr. Abraham, if you'd like to come. Please proceed.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Carlana Colseth. In this aspect, I'm going to speak as an educator in this district. I have worked with Dr. Welsh. I can tell you he worked very well with Joan Ebert. When Joan Ebert was over NVLA and technology departments, when she wasn't there, he stepped in and he did beautifully. I do not appreciate the downplay of Dr. Welsh in this realm right now, because despite him running a district of only 28,000 students, he worked here as a teacher, an administrator, and a deputy superintendent of over 300,000 students. And that's not really being highlighted. Not only that, but he does understand the roots in our district. When Joan left us for New York, he stepped into her shoes internally and did a fantastic job. He ensured NVLA's goals and mission were in the forefront. I was one of the online teachers that taught at that school for over 8 years. He ensured that distance learning was just as important of a alternative learning environment for students as Global Community, as Mission High School, and anything else that he could find and bring into our district. Working with him individually, he was always very supportive. He gave me high regards and recommendations when I was going into my, I was working on my doctorate at the time and had to step back as a mother. But I mean, he's that type of person that will come in and clean house and do what needs to be done and understand what our students need. I would love to see this rubric that this entity that is bringing forth our candidates, because it seems to me that Dr. Welsh's contributions to our district on top of his other work experiences far exceed what Pedro Martinez would offer us. Thank you.
Thank you. Abraham, and then Dr. Beamel.
Thank you so much for your guys' time, and once again, it's always a pleasure to be here. I'm here to speak as a parent from the East Side and somebody that grew up in North Las Vegas, and as a coach and as a father of 6. I've worked with Dr. Jesse Walsh, and we've been able to talk and to work together as a community liaison and just person that I try to be and to represent. So I can tell you personally that he picks up the phone. He's very communicative, and we just need somebody that can be that person that we can communicate with. He's also he does speak Spanish. He was a Spanish teacher, and he's been in the school district for, I believe, 22 years, and he brings a good, lots of great experience. He was also part of the interview process last time, and he was overlooked because of with the issues with Mike Burton. So I just want to bring that up, that he was overshadowed during those interviews, and for those that know everything that happened there, I strongly suggest that you guys consider him to put him in as an interview. As well as Jonah Ibert and John Saloni. I think those 3 names are our top 3 that we should focus on as a community, as a board, and then that way we can try to make the best running decision, because we need somebody that understands our politics, our community, somebody that can go to Carson City, advocate for bonds, for funds, for our construction, knows how to move and go forward and with the ball running. And so I once again I think these three names should be the top of the list from all the candidates. So once again, it's for John Saloni, which I've worked with him as a coach when he was at El Dorado. Joanna Elbert, worked with her a lot with Carson City and just in her position, and then with Dr. Jesse Welch. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Please proceed, Dr. Beamel.
Good evening, Dr. Beamel Record. So I kind of have to agree with Carlana because the rubric is super confusing. Everybody has spoken. This is like one person in this district I actually don't know, and I've never heard this name before tonight, and that's shocking for me. So, but the resume is nice and the comments are super great, but how in the heck did this person not, with all the contributions to CCSD, beat out Pedro Martinez, who is not great or good? I don't think it behooves anybody to not have him on the list of candidates. That being said, you have to keep in mind that you're moving the needle forward and you don't want to split the community as far as like support. So be really careful in the transparency of what you're doing, because you have to kind of explain how this X happened and why it didn't happen. There's not really a good solid explanation. Well, you guys said that this is the rubric that you wanted and this is the reasons that we passed this guy up. If you've ever been in HR, and I was in HR for 5 years before this while I was working my way through college, that's not a good excuse. Like, this resume looks good. The candidate has solid background in our district, and what we wanted was somebody who had solid background in our district and had brought the receipts. So this excuse doesn't make sense, how this person made it forward, but somebody who was already here and failed did make it forward. I don't know. I'm very confused. I'm confused anyway, as obvious, but like I said, I have to agree with Carlana. Like, you need to highlight what he did when he was here, not just what he's done when he was gone. And I think that it said in the resume that he's also the principal or in charge of Nevada State High School. And Nevada State High School is doing such great things right now as a part of our district and an alternative for kids to go to school and to be able to get college credits while they're in high school and graduate with their AA before they even get their high school diploma. There's a lot of great things that happen and should be recognized and focused on, rather than just, the negatives. And I don't know. I just think that it's a disservice that this guy's name was left off and Pedro Martinez made it on your slate at all. That's the hill I'm willing to die on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bemo. Anna Binder, and if you've already filled out a card for 2.01, you don't have to fill out another one. Not everybody wants to speak on each manageable piece. So, Miss Jenna, did you want to also speak? Come on up.
Oh, you go.
No, Anna likes to go last. Jenna Robertson for the record. We're being told that our weird Nevada laws are keeping people from applying for this job, meaning the open meeting laws here in Nevada, which are pretty unique, are keeping people from applying because they, their name is public on a list, right, as soon as they apply. So why is nobody on this board talking about our other unique Nevada laws called the reorg law? Our previous superintendent blew it when it came to the reorg law. He blew it. He blew relationships in Carson City because of it. He blew our reorg law. It's unique to Nevada. We need to talk about it. So Welch and Anzalone and Ebert were my top candidates after reading through that however many page document the first time. It was not lost on me that they were all Nevada, quote unquote, locals to CCSD. There were other candidates who were equally as qualified. However, our previous superintendent blew it. And these people, I think, would know our unique Nevada laws. Not only did I forget about open meeting laws, right? I forgot that was a big deal until it was just mentioned by your own team. But reorg is huge to me because as a parent and as a SOT team member, I know it is not being properly followed. We're not even getting properly trained as members of SOT teams still, however many years later. Also, as far as Dr. Welsh goes, it pains me, it disturbs me greatly that Dr. Welsh probably would have been bullied and threatened here in CCSD during COVID if he was here. And let's not sugarcoat anything. He probably would have been bullied by people that were in the boardroom here and are still in the boardroom tonight, only in different seats. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. And then David Gomez.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I have a quick question. Are we gonna get to talk about the questions for the interview? Yeah, okay, then I'll save my reorg comments for that. Thank you, ma'am. And so, as many know, I'm a mom to 6 kids. All of them have gone through CCSD. I'm a product of CCSD. When the pandemic happened, I had 2 kids in high school and a very high-achieving daughter who had played orchestra for 6 years and participated in every single academic thing that she could. When this previous board refused to do anything to reopen schools, she saw the last 2 years of her high school career go in the toilet. For her, she lost everything. Like so many kids. And those kids are graduating college this year. And my daughter found Nevada State High School. And she said, "Mom, I'm not going to school anyways. And I can't play my violin in my room because my sister has to attend to her school. And so what can I do, Mom?" He says, "I can get my associate's degree while I'm stuck in my room doing school." And so she did. And she graduated with a 4.54 GPA with no depression. And at the same time joined the Nevada National Guard because she knew that she had to find a way out of the reality that they were forced to live in because of the pandemic. And she is next month graduating from nursing school in San Diego at 21 years old because of the opportunities that she sought over at Nevada State High School. And I don't know Jesse very well, but I know that his leadership over there during the pandemic changed the course of my daughter's life because she chose to change the course of her life. And I talk about my other kids all the time in here, and they each have made their own choices to make their lives better with the opportunities that they have that CCSD gives them, and they've all done amazing. But Ava did really well. I'm so proud of her. And I'm so proud of the kids that we got to meet during that time too. And Jesse provided meetings. They got to socialize. The district wasn't doing any of that. And I can't imagine where we'd be if we had had him here during those years. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Gomez, is there anyone else that'd like to speak on any of the additional candidates? Okay, Mr. Gomez, you're the last.
So instead of yelling, I'm just going to not say anything about it at this moment. Wait to the next comment. But I am going to tell you all that I will be praying for you. I hope that when that day does come, that you will be standing next to me in heaven.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Seeing no others in the public comment, I have a motion by Trustee Barron and a second by Trustee Henry to add Dr. Jesse Welch to our slate of candidates. Please cast your votes. Oh, shoot. Okay, then where did she go? Then I will, it passes 6-0, noting that Trustee Biasotti did not cast her vote. Is there any other candidates, trustees, that we'd like to add from the 40 that were not, that were additional? Trustee Stevens.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to add Stanley Duvall to the slate. And I'd like to be able to give reasons if that's okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So in reading all of these candidates, this particular person stood out to me. And I think the reason why this person stood out to me is because one of the things that I've learned even in my regular job, when I'm interviewing people for different positions, I have found it to be really interesting when you're comparing apples to apples. If you can also compare apples to oranges, it really helps. It really would be nice, in my opinion, to have someone with a special leadership skill set that maybe is not represented currently on the slate. Stanley Duvall is, he does have ties to Las Vegas. He lives here. He's a military man. He's a veteran. He's a fighter pilot. He's a teacher. He was an HR executive and a managing executive for the United States Air Force. According to everything that I read, he oversaw 261 missions against named terrorists when he was in Afghanistan. He also oversaw the Secretary of the Air Force's Human Resource Management Enterprise, affecting over 685,000 personnel. He assisted the Deputy Undersecretary of the Air Force for Management in improving the efficiency and effectiveness of business operations in the tune of $165.6 billion. When I see someone with this type of background, it raises a little flag in my head that says this would probably be a really good person to interview. Because right now, a lot of the folks that we see on the slate, well, all the folks that we see on the slate right now are educators. And when you have educators or former superintendents or current superintendents, you have a lot of the same, sometimes similar backgrounds, similar trainings, similar experiences. And sometimes I wonder when we start doing our interviews if we're going to also get similar answers, very comparable. So for me, I would really like to see someone who has what appears to be the background and leadership capability to potentially do this job. I don't know that he can do this job, but I would like to interview him. And I'd like to see how he compares to some of our other superintendents, candidates.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I would like to second Trustee Stevens' motion. I would like to tell the public that in my military career experience, I've had about 3 years of where I was somewhat on a hiring board in the military. And so I took great pleasure in reading this 1,000 pages worth of resumes and references. I have very little sympathy for mistakes, so I have very high standards. If you are expecting to be in a position of leadership, you need to be able to do a good resume and be able to speak eloquently on what you're trying to do. The reason why I would like to second Trustee Stevens' motion is that Colonel Duvall, retired Colonel Duvall, he had so much experience as far as large tier leadership experience. He also has, so being as deputy under the Secretary of the Air Force, to me, that shows that you have the mental fortitude that is needed for this position. This is a not easy position. A lot of people look at this position and go, this is a really high salary position. This is a leadership position. You need to be able to lead. You need long hours, none to short weekends. And so I believe Colonel Duvall has that in his resume, in his career, has the mental fortitude to take this district and be able to do good things. So I'd like to give him the opportunity to do an interview.
Thank you, trustees. Trustee Barron?
Yeah, that's an interesting pick. That's one of the ones that kind of like stood out to me. If Admiral McRaven, the Navy SEAL who was also the SOCOM commander, who finished off the action there with a certain Bin Laden guy. If he would have applied with us, I'd say even if he doesn't get the job, we need to talk to him, right? And this guy's basically a Navy SEAL of the air, right? An F-35 pilot, and he does oversee he did oversee a very large organization. Talk about someone who knows how to implement policy. That's what he did in his career. He implemented someone else's policy. I'm an educator. I think either I would have wound up taking over the military or been imprisoned, one of the two. Probably imprisoned. I would have been in the brig probably. But I think knowing the capabilities of many of the top professionals in our military, I'm not opposed for there to be an opportunity to speak to the gentleman. So if he gets voted in, I will be sitting here with a lot of anticipation. And again, I myself am not a veteran. I respect veterans very much because I have many veterans in my family. And this is a very interesting motion. I would I would support a chance to speak to the gentleman if the rest of my colleagues here on the board follow through with that motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, public comment. Is there anybody in the public that, Ms. Williams, please come forth. Any others in public comment for Ms. Binder? Thank you.
Yvette Williams, Chair of the Clark County Black Caucus. I'm just going to ask the question, what happened to the leadership profile we were all talking about? Did we just throw that out the window? Because this is ridiculous. We might as well interview all 43. We can all personally find some reason. I'm an Air Force brat. I come from a family of military. I understand what military is. But this is disgraceful. I'm embarrassed. And in fact, I think I'll go home because this has gotten ridiculous. And you all know me, that know how many years, 2 decades I've come to these meetings. You've never heard me speak like this. This is ridiculous.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Binder?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I actually did appreciate all of that because unfortunately, I didn't have a medical clearance to join the Marines with my best friend when I graduated high school, but he did. And he has gone on and served so many tours for this country, and he's wonderful. My father was in the Navy. His father was in the Army. I am married to a Marine. I have 2 Army National Guard kids, and I absolutely love the settlement. My father-in-law is a retired colonel as well, and he's one of the most intelligent men I've ever met in my life. I appreciate this.
Thank you. Any others? Ms. Jenna?
Jenna Robertson for the record. When there's somebody that I want to meet that I admire, I ask them out to coffee. I don't put them in charge of my children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please come forth. Mr. Smith. Anybody else on public comment for 2.01? Dr. Beamel, please come forth.
Yeah, did I miss something? Look, I have a master's degree in education, a degree in history, teaching credentials in English. I'm required to go to professional development year-round and in-services. Look, there's a reason why I can't be the principal of my school, because I'm not qualified for the job. I've never taken a administrative class. I've never had a desire to really do that because I love the kids, and my thing and my dance is with the students. So if this is what we're doing, I'm going to apply to be the principal of my school. Do it. Just because I'm a good leader. So could we please get back to reality? And instead of this back to the future thing? I mean, I respect you ladies. I do. But God, some of us have worked, basically born our souls to this profession. And, you can't just come in here or to a school, or let alone a superintendent position, without any knowledge of this profession, any research knowledge, any knowledge on equity or stakeholders and all this stuff that we have to read on our in-service days. I mean, I have to echo the sentiment of my colleague over here. Come on, man. Let's just stick with the candidates who are qualified and get back to the program. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could remind the audience to please respect the speaker. Thank you, Dr. Beamel.
Good evening, Dr. Beamel for the record, Tiffany Beamel for the record. So I, too, am a military brat, which should not surprise anybody. My dad is Air Force, my grandpa was Air Force, my other grandpa was Navy, my husband is retired Army, and my son is proudly serving as an E5 in the Air Force at Eglin Air Force Base. So I do have a ton of military experience, moved all over this country, all over the world as a child, and we have an amazing Air Force ROTC at Cimarron Memorial High School. And I worked very closely, as you guys see, every time Clark is here with the Clark NJ ROTC. That being said, just like my colleague before me, I actually do have a master's in administration. I have a doctorate, and I am actually weirdly qualified to have applied for this job according to your profile in weird ways. The problem is that you are like throwing stuff at the wall now to see what's going to stick. And that's not how this is supposed to work. 2.5 hours later, and you guys aren't even on the third part of your 5-part process in trying to get this moving. And as was stated in the very second public comment, time is of the essence, and it seems like we're going backward in what we're trying to get done. I understand and I totally respect the fact that this is like your great resume, but is it a superintendent's resume? I don't think so. And it would be very hard pressed to say teachers and principals and people who have been in education for so long are listening to somebody who doesn't have an education background coming in.
Ms. Binder, thank you.
I don't know, that's my train of thought. It's hard to have somebody who doesn't know what you do every day come in and tell you this is what you need to do every day now. I don't pretend to know how to be a doctor and go tell my doctor what's wrong with me. I don't pretend to be a mechanic and go tell my mechanic what's wrong with me. And I would never go to my son who is in the Air Force and say, hey, I think that jet has a problem, go fix it. That's not my purview, but I do know education and I do know my job. And I think that's where we need to kind of stick this. The other point I want to make is Trustee Cavazos was here in 2018 when we did this last time, and you guys disqualified so many candidates because they didn't have doctorates. John Hanel was the best candidate for this position back then, and the reason he got disqualified was because he did not have a doctorate. He moved 3 one-star elementary schools to 5 stars in less than a year on his own. He was the principal of 3 elementary schools at once and did that by himself with the respect and dedication of his community, his staff, and everybody who worked with him. And you guys discredited him because he didn't have a doctorate. What is going on right now? I'm very confused. Again, I'm going to keep saying it because I don't even think that you guys understand what you're doing. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carlana?
Carlana Colseth for the record. What in the world is going on here? I cannot understand why education is the only profession and career field where we will ask anyone else but the educators to be part of the process. If this is the case, then let's bring back former trustee Danielle Ford and put her on this list, because at least she knows how this district was ran. She knows what's good for this district, and she would do a better job than people that just have business backgrounds. We are not a business. We are not a form of customer service. We are in the business to teach our students and support our students and their families. If we're going to bring business into this, then are we going to require teachers to get business licenses now? Are we going to require education support professionals to get business licenses? This is ridiculous. Get back on course. 2.5 hours later, and I got to leave and can't be part of this process because y'all don't know what the hell you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crydell.
Vicki Cordell for the record. I just want to remind you that we are in a different time in public education right now. This is not normal times. I don't think you fully comprehend how bad things are in our schools right now. This would be the worst time to bring in someone who wasn't an educational leader. And with all due respect, I hear what you're saying, and the guy is very impressive on his application. We need an educational leader, someone who's been in CCSD, but also been in leadership positions, so that your educators and your school staff and your parents and your students look up to this person and will follow and listen to them. Because I've 22 years in public education, and I can't imagine someone coming in from the military, a military background, and getting buy-in from the staff when you want to make hard changes, when you're not someone who's been through it and taught and been in schools. So I'm just going to recommend that you really look for someone who could be an educational leader, because we need that kind of leadership right now when what we're about to go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez.
David Gomez for the record. I agree, he does have a very impressive resume. Public administrative degree, things like that, but I think you guys are losing track here, and I agree with them, and people are leaving, and they're walking out, and if that is your ultimate goal, then just say it. I want you to walk out, so I'm gonna play this game, we're gonna filibust, we're gonna do whatever we have to do to make you so annoyed and so pissed off that you walk out of here, so we don't come up with a real decision. Do I want someone with a military background to run our schools? Not really. And the reason being is because there's going to be some issues with that in different places. My son is a Marine. He volunteered to retire. And he's been to Syria, the Pacific Coast, everywhere. This kid has been bringing me all kind of little weird souvenirs from anywhere. But does he have PTSD? Yes, he does. And was he in a firefight? Many. But he does have a slight case of PTSD. And that case is very small. It's not noticeable. But as a father who raised him from the day I held him up and dedicated him to God, I know the difference between my son. I know what I see happens with him. And I know exactly what has happened to him. I'm sorry, but I'm going to tell you, regardless of how impressive this man is, it's very impressive. But I can guarantee you, there is a form or a slight of PTSD there somewhere that probably his parents can point out, or somebody that knows him very closely. Because there's no way you can just feel comfortable going into battle, shooting somebody in the head, and then go and give your buddy a high five and say, well, they're insurgents. Who cares? Let's go have a MER or something. Let's go eat some granola bars or something. You know, that just isn't normal for me, regardless of how we look at it. Because if police officers were doing that, we would not feel comfortable with that at all. We would say, no, we don't want this. We don't like this, and this is not going to work for us. And we wouldn't put that person in charge of our children or our staff. So you got to really think, where are we going with this? And I understand Trustee Emily, as she brought up a good point. She wanted to hear what he had to say. I would like to hear what he has to say, but not at this capacity, not here. We need a superintendent now that understands education. I might not have a master's in education, but I'm going to guarantee you this, I am a master in education, because my family and my children are doing very well, extremely well. I don't have to point out everything about them, but I'm going to tell you right now, stop getting off track. Let's find us a superintendent that's going to work for us, you, and the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, I'm going to ask Trustee Cavazos, did you want to add something?
I don't think I can say anything that's more relevant or cognizant to this issue. I gratefully respect the maker of the motion and the second of the motion. And obviously, you know, I've been an educator for many years before I was a trustee. But I think that, again, respectfully, I believe that we have gone off track and we need to get back to the job at hand. So I don't think I can state my objections to this particular motion, although well-intentioned. And again, I did read over that resume very carefully. I read all of them like 3 times. But I think right now what we're looking for is a superintendent. And Dr. Bemal is correct, and I was there, and even though I personally was not the one that did that, I was a member of that panel, and she is correct. So we need to get back to looking for a superintendent.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan?
So I thought we were making progress at the beginning of this meeting. I want to bring us back to what one of our community members said, to really look at the profile. What the profile is saying that we're looking for is to recruit, employ, and retain effective, diverse personnel throughout CCSD and its schools. Foster a unifying, positive professional climate and culture of mutual trust and respect among faculty, staff, and administration. So we had a mass exodus of a lot of our educators, potentially other individuals, community advocates, because if we don't get back to the business at hand of finding an individual that the community can rally around, that educators, administrators, family and staff and students find credible in an instructional space, we are not going to set this person up for success. So I cannot support putting this candidate forward to be considered at this time.
Thank you. Any other comments from trustees? Okay, so I have a motion from Trustee Stevens and a second from Trustee Domingos. Please cast your votes. Okay, that motion is a no, 5-2. That does not move forward. Okay, is there any other candidates from the trustees? Now, this is our process, right? We have the voice. And so is there anybody else on the list from the additional 40? That's our task before us. Trustee Barron.
At this point, I'd like to make a motion to close the addition of any other candidates to the slate, so we can continue with the 4 that have already been approved.
Okay, thank you. There is a motion to close the slate of the candidates that we're going to interview. Do I see Trustee Biasotti?
I'd like to second that motion.
I have a second from Trustee Biasotti. Is there any discussion? Is there anybody from public comment that would like to make a public comment? Okay. Seeing none, then please cast your votes to close the slate of candidates that we're going to interview. Okay, that passes 7-0. That'll be our slate of candidates. Thank you, trustee, for that process. Next, we're going to move on to Dr. Perez. If you can talk about the timeline of meetings inclusive of the community forum.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are now on slide 12 where it says the first round of interviews. The first round of interviews have been scheduled for February 24th and 25th. They'll be in the boardroom, allotting for 45 to 60 minutes. Each candidate will prepare a presentation. It's a performance interview, which also gives the board the opportunity to do a deep dive into the candidate's abilities as they seek to show the board what they know about this district, its strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and also how they can provide leadership to move the district forward. It'll also allow the board to see the candidate's communication, presentation, analysis, and persuasive skills. It allows the board members to ask questions of the candidates throughout their presentation. Next slide. This is an example of the schedule for the day. You see here on the February the 24th and the 25th are on the two different columns. There are now only 4 individuals that are going to be interviewed. And so those 4 individuals then we would not need to have, this entire schedule continue on, for example, to the second day. So we can modify this to the first day, February 24th, and do the 4 candidates with the debriefing starting at 6:45. I think we should probably pause here and talk about the schedule for the 24th and 25th.
Thank you. Any trustee Johnson?
Yeah, I wonder if it's so like looking at, we have 5 candidates now. We'll go through a round of 4. And I recognize we have a tight time schedule, but thinking about our own fatigue and like how to balance it out, and thinking about being fair to candidates. If candidate number 4 gets our 3 out, comes into us last, gets 3 hours worth of us having deliberated or like deliberating, having thought about other people, might it be helpful to move that person to day 2? So we, it's no easy way to split them in half, but at least we have a little bit of refresh for that last person, as opposed to going through 4 on one day. And that person on the second day gets our best version of ourselves. I wonder if there's a better way for us to make sure that we're able to think clearly and just be fresh for the candidates as we are running through. Especially since we only have 5 people now.
There are 4 people.
We have 4 people. So could we do 2 and 2, or it's just anytime it just feels like the last person might not get our best version of us, especially when we already have the days blocked off anyway. Is there a way for us to make sure that, again, everybody gets the best version of us? I don't know about y'all, but we've been here for 3 hours now, and I'm not as fresh as I was when we started at 5:30.
All right. Thank you. Is there any other comments from any other trustees on how we should conduct the first round of interviews? And remember, that's the SWOT analysis presentation that the potential candidates would make. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. If I could suggest possibly 2 candidates on each day, but also starting later. So maybe that would include more public, attendance. So just as a suggestion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Trustee Barron.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And also, I know originally we had planned on having 6. Does this mean we could also have maybe just a little bit extra time put in for us to have a more generous dialogue with our candidates? I'm really jazzed up with I'm really jazzed about the 4 outstanding candidates that we have. And we might be able to tease out just a little bit more information from these 4 candidates if we have just a little bit more time, if we're not like, ready to, like stop the clock on them. They might have something they really want to share that's really pertinent.
Thank you, trustee. Any other comments from the group? So what I'm hearing is that there's an interest maybe to have 2 and 2, so 2 on the 24th and 2 on the 25th. We would still have to debrief and decide who we're going to move to the second round. But I also hear that maybe starting later, and Trustee Dominguez, I would love to be able to hear a time, and then added extra time. Trustee Barron, would an hour for each candidate be more sufficient?
For me, it would.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Dominguez, do you have a suggestion on the start time, if it was different?
I think 4 o'clock would be great if, at the pleasure of the board, but 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, they're both good for me.
Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, could we also, is it possible to move the draft interview questions to day 1? So the last thing that we do on day 1 is draft it, like, does it matter if we do that very, very last? Or like, that doesn't seem like it has to be done at the end of the process. It could be done on the end of day 1, save us some time, give us some more time to deliberate.
Dr. Perez or
Yeah,
Dr. Joseph,
Yeah,
any
the interview
comment?
questions are for the next round, the 10th and the 11th. And so I think we could work on those at any time. If there are other follow-up questions after the other candidates present the next day, we can go back to those questions and ask, are they still, valid? Is there anything else you want to add? But we could certainly get started on them the first day.
Okay. So just get the work
And then
done.
revisit them after the second, after the interviews on the second day.
Okay, this is what I'm hearing. So what I'm hearing is that the preference would be to have 2 and 2, 2 on the 24th, 2 on the 25th, start at 4 p.m. and have the interviews for 1 hour, extend it by 15 minutes, and then start the draft interview questions on February 24th. That's what I've heard. All right, see no other questions? Then is there any public comment on this portion? Dr. Beamel and Ms. Jenna.
Good. Dr. Tiffany Beamel for the record. Schools get out at between 3 and 3:30 for elementary. If you want people here, why are you starting at 4? I know I live in Summerlin and I cannot get here on a good day with traffic in 30 minutes. So that's weird. You also have your schedule set up so that you have a 15-minute break in between each interview. 45 minutes is a long time. I don't know if you've ever been in a 45-minute interview with a presentation, but that is a long time. We've been here for 2.5 hours, and your average presentations are 45 minutes. All of you get bored and start playing with your phones before your presentations are done. And I sit and I watch you, so I know. I've got receipts, I take pictures, and I send them to my friends. So please note that 45 minutes is ample time. When you sit and you yammer and you don't get to the point of your question, that is what takes so long. So if you have pointed questions and you are getting to the point and you're like, hey, this is what I want to know, you only need 45 minutes. You don't need the extra 15. The extra 15 is so you can take a break in between each of your candidates. You are now adding an extra 30 minutes to your process if you add an extra 15, because you're adding the 15 minutes for your extra time and an extra 15 minutes for your break. So you have to consider that when you're considering your, extra hour, 30 and 30. So you have to consider that when you're planning out your time. Likewise, how long do you want this to last if you're having a back-to-back meetings on a Monday and a Tuesday? If you start at 4, you're ending at 6:37, 2 days in a row, that's a lot for you. And I do believe we have a meeting on Thursday next week as well. So yeah, that's a lot. I think that you really need to reconsider your own timeline when you're talking about this. Again, stick with your 45 minutes. And I think 5 o'clock, you start your board meetings at 5 o'clock. Why would you start anything earlier than that? You already have low attendance at the board meetings. This is something people want to come to. This is something the public has begged and professed that they want to be a part of. Why would you alienate elementary school teachers and elementary school parents by starting at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock? Like, that just seems to me like it's just, again, producing the narrative that you're not listening to your constituents, you are not being transparent, you are not doing what was asked of you in that survey that was done back in September when everybody said, you're not going to listen to us, you're not going to pay attention, you don't care about this survey. You're proving them right. So maybe step back and pay attention to what's happening.
Thank you. Ms. Jenna?
Jenna Robertson for the record. Likewise, I just want to say, please start at 5. Have parents be able to come, have teachers be able to come, have stakeholders be able to come and participate in this. Thank you, Trustee Dominguez, for suggesting a later start time. I was furiously texting my friends, why are they starting it at 3 o'clock? We can't come. Even as a parent, I can't be here at 3. So I really do beg you to start at 5. I think that's a great time for the community who's already used to coming at 5 o'clock when they are able to come. And I want to reiterate that we have a trust issue here in CCSD with the board, with we have a history of trust issues. This really would go a long way in helping people feel like they're part of this process, even if we're not the ones answering, asking questions right now. Just to be here, to be part of it, to be able to express our opinions and thoughts. And sometimes we get tired, and I'm really, really sorry about that. But I really am. But it's really important to feel part of the process. Also, I would like to ask why, never mind, I won't ask. She'll come back.
Thank you. Ms. Carlana?
Carlana Colseth for the record. As an educator, it would be hard for me to come down here also. I am a journalism and yearbook advisor, and I'm often staying late at my school, making sure things are happening and documented and recorded. I think I speak for a lot of educators in this district when we say that, yes, we should move to a 5 o'clock p.m. start time, because many of us would like to be part of the process. And in years past, and I have sat through about 5 different supervisors coming in and out of the district during my time as a teacher here. And I can tell you that if this were to happen, this would be one of the very few times where educators actually feel included in something that directly affects them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gomez?
David Gomez, Nevada Peace Alliance President. I believe that 5 o'clock would be more appropriate. And I think that you need to ask yourself, why did you become a trustee? Or why did you volunteer to be appointed as a trustee? Was it to serve your own purpose? Or was it to serve the public's purpose? How many interviews did you do as you walked around and knocked on doors and said, I am your man or woman for this job? So regardless of what you did to get to this position, you have to really think, people's time is very important. And you were thinking about that too when you were knocking on doors, the ones that did knock on doors. The ones that were appointed that went to mayors or whoever and said, I want to be appointed. You had to spend time doing this. So you got to remember that as a community, members of the community, we want everybody included in this. So just as you want to be included as a trustee for our school district and be appointed or voted in, you have to think, what is your real purpose here? Why are you here? And who do you serve? Do you serve yourself? Because $700 really sucks. And that's not enough money to do anything with. I can fill my truck up 1 month and be done. So you guys really got to think, if you really have the heart that I've been serving for 20-something years for this school district, fighting for investigations against employees in the district, and I ever asked for $1, 1 penny, or even a gift card, anything. I just say, as long as you smile, as long as I know you're happy, as long as I know that I have to take the hard things. I trust me, I got to read policies, I got to read everything, but you guys got to be able to accept pushback. You have to be able to accept feedback. You have to be able to accept those people that come in here at 5 o'clock that want to have a voice in this matter. So remember why you are sitting here and what is your real purpose in this seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Ms. Binder?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. For our new trustees, and many of you that have been before trustees sitting in the audience with the rest of us or watching from home while you're trying to make dinner and take care of your family, what you guys are embarking on and the journey, everything is going to be your legacy for the next 4 years. The tone in which you all are bringing to the table and pushing back out, and the way that all of this is going. I have a really bad joke, and I'm just gonna say it. If you have a sped kid and you want to be here before 5, just put your kid on their bus, and you don't have to worry about picking them up. Just make sure someone's at the house by 6, because that's the general consensus with that. But anyways, that's what happens to Legend. I talk about it all the time. But anyways, so I also saw in another part of your presentation that my previous recommendation, it looked like was going to come forward, which was doing the Facebook Live. And then also, I thought I saw having potentially another Google form for the public to submit further questions to you guys for the candidates. So I'm not sure if everyone saw that in the packet, but I really do want to thank you guys for that, because you're probably going to get the most input and the most interactions back from the community via those 2 ways, because, like, look, it's after 8 o'clock at night and there's really only 5 of us left, like, really, so, just one more thing, super quick. When you're drafting interview questions for the March 11th rounds, that's probably when we should be asking more pointed questions about the reorg law. Because the ones here in this very general one, I could probably get AI to answer it for me. You know what I mean? Especially if you're not from here and you don't understand that. So anyways, I want to thank you guys though for that. I did see it, and it meant a lot to me.
Thank you. Any other public comment that signed up? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. And I wanted to say that the educators who have spoken up today about the 5 o'clock time, I think what we had forgotten, was it was a compromise before. So we were putting it, because originally it was going to be at 9 o'clock or something like that. And then we had the suggestions, I believe, from Vice President Zamora and I think Trustee Barron, to maybe move it to like the weekend. Then we broke it back down to having, the 2 days at 3 o'clock. But, now that we have our slate and now that we are agreeing on 2 and 2, I think that we need to be more cognizant of the folks that will be able to be here. And they are the folks that are here for us all the time, as Mr. Gomez and several other educators pointed out. So I would like to hear kind of the appetite from my colleagues as far as possibly being able to go ahead and do that and go with 5 o'clock.
Thank you. If somebody would want to make a motion, but I still, Trustee Esparza-Estrada again.
Oh, I could have made the motion, but it's okay. I would like to make a motion to move that on the 24th and 25th to 5 o'clock.
Trustee Cavazos, would you like to include the other ones? Like, I think there's an agreement for a 2 to 2, 2 on February 24th and 2 on February 25th. And then, keep going.
Okay. Including in my motion that we are going to do 2 candidates. We're going to interview 2 candidates on February 24th and 2 on February 25th. And like the audience, I've forgotten much of the rest of it. So the rest of it was, I beg your pardon? No, I already said starting at 5 o'clock. Okay, and moving the draft interviews to day 1, to
And
the
then
24th.
the last part,
And the
Trustee Cavazos,
the
keep
debriefing?
going. Yes, would you like to leave it at 45 minutes or take it to an hour?
I would like to leave it at 45 minutes myself.
Okay, so that's the motion. The motion I heard is that we would start at 5 p.m., that we would keep it at 45, that we would do 2 and 2, and that we would start the process of draft interview questions on February 24th.
That's
Do I have a
correct.
second and I think that is Trustee Esparza-Straffagan.
I would like to second that motion. Before you vote, I do have a technical question, please, for Dr. Joseph. The technical question I have is, the SWOT analysis will be done on these days.
Correct.
Will that presentation be submitted to you? My question in asking this is, because it's split on 2 days, will the candidates on the second day be able to amend or change their presentation based on what they see from candidates on day one?
Typically, they have come in and presented at that moment. I mean, we could have them all submit at the same time and then present what was there. Yeah, I would also, I would caution, you've got 20 minutes of a SWOT. You may want more time if you want all board members to, at least ask one question. And so 45 minutes could be too short of a time. You might want to think about on that, because 20 minutes they're going to be presenting to you. You're going to have a lot of questions about their SWOT, their resume, their application, or information that you may have. And I don't know if you'll gather that information in 20 minutes of being able to go back and forth. It's just for you to consider.
Thank you. So, Trustee Barron, and then I'm going to have Trustee Cavazos.
Well, part of this thing with democracy is compromise. Perhaps an hour is too long. I think 45 minutes is too short. But if we're going to be, evaluating someone, I used to have to teach for 50 minutes. I think 50 or 55-minute time period, which is still kind of like a step in the right direction. That still means that if we go 55, I still think that means we'll still save 10 minutes overall. Considering this, I just everyone's going to want to ask a question. I'm not good with math. I'm just saying, even if the candidates only spent 3 minutes, which, most of us are trained to be able to come up with a a coherent answer in 3 minutes. That still does not give each candidate 2 questions. There's 11 of us. So I would, I could be wrong with math. Is anybody checking? So I would still ask my colleagues to please consider making this a 50 or 55-minute time period. And I would ask, of course, that the motion be amended to 55 minutes. And again, that's, when I first started teaching, that's how long I had to teach. Professor?
Yeah. If I may.
Yes, Dr. Joseph.
Just best practice. This is the most important, decision you're going to make. I would suggest that you plan to have enough time to adequately feel comfortable as you go through round 1, round 2, and your final. I think right now it's easy to listen to lots of feedback, and I appreciate your desire, to hear that feedback. But a superintendent search is something when you have 11 commissioners, and you have millions of people. Take the time to get to hear the candidate, and I don't think it's something you want to rush, because I do think the substance of the SWOT is going to give you a lot of questions, particularly because people might come totally off, and you'll have you don't want to feel rushed at that moment and then go over. I'd rather see you over plan on the time and not use it than under plan for the time and then just feel frustrated. It would be my advice.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos, do you want to amend your motion?
Yes, I'd like to kind of take this in a slightly different direction, and that's in consideration of having enough time with 11 of us to possibly propose that we have it 50 minutes with only a 10-minute break in between candidates. And also, Madam President, with your discretion and your officers, and also with our search firm, that we sometimes have a tendency, and I don't want anybody in the audience to laugh out loud at this, just, that sometimes when we are asking a question, we're not very concise. And so with Madam President's discretion, if we can set a time limit on the questions that the time that we are taking up. So even if we suggest, I mean, I can ask a question in 1 minute and then give them the bulk of the time, instead of us taking 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, you know, I'm being facetious here, to make a long statement instead of just asking the question. So that would be at your discretion, Madam President. So I would like to amend my motion to make the interview time 50 minutes and the time in between candidates 10 minutes, and at our board president's discretion, with the help of her officers, to decide on the time limit for the trustees' questions. I think I got that out.
Thank you. The trustee Esparza Straffagan.
Yes,
Please
I would like to
that.
second that motion, but I still want it be recorded or requested that we do want the SWOT analysis to be submitted prior to presentations so that we have equitable presentations. Thank you.
Duly noted. So we have a first from trustee Cavazos, a second from trustee Esparza Straffagan. It would be to move the time to 5 p.m. It would be to interview 2 candidates on February 24th, 2 candidates on 25th. Start the draft interview questions for March 11th on the 24th. Move it to 50 minutes with 10 minutes in between. And then the board officers determine on how we will ask the questions so that we give ourselves enough time. So please, did I already take public comment? I don't remember. But public comment on 2.0? Okay. Mr. Hayes, I think yours is on 4.01. So keep him. So please cast your votes. That passes 7-0. We are now going to turn to page number 14. A lot of decision points. This is what we were talking about earlier. The trustees is spending time with Dr. Alsbury. And so, Dr. Perez, will you go through that? Or Dr. Joseph?
Sure. So we have built into the schedule training with Dr. Alsbury.
I'm sorry, I was speaking. I didn't know my microphone was still off. I'm sorry. Here I am speaking. Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Do you want me to go on or do you want to? I didn't want you to think I wasn't here.
No, please continue.
Okay, sorry. Slide 14 is the training for the 4 candidates. Excuse me, not the 4, because on the 25th, with the schedule that you just approved, you will be debriefing and selecting candidates to move to the next round. Those candidates, whether it be 2 or 3 or even all 4, would go through a training with Dr. Alsbury between March 3rd and March 9th. So before they go to the next round of interviews, the next round of interviews are on the 10th. That way they understand the board's balanced governance model and are willing to commit to it, so that if they move on in the process to the 10th, they understand that is the governance model that they will be working under with the board. And so I think at this point, we just need for the board to agree to having Dr. Alsbury work with the finalists that are chosen at the end of February 25th interview.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Dr. Cavazos, Trustee Cavazos?
I don't know. I think I deserve to have that doctor in front of my name since Channel 5 put me out as a superintendent candidate. But, you know, that was, I didn't even know. I would have gotten some letters of recommendation for sure. I would like to make a motion to approve the training with Dr. Alsbury for finalists between March 3rd through March 9th.
Thank you. I have a first from Trustee Cavazos. Do I have a second? Trustee Satori.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Any public comment? Or any discussion, sorry, any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, any public comment on this one? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Okay, that passes 7-0. It will move on to the approval of the community feedback form. And Dr. Perez, if you'd like to cover that. Is that the next one? Dr. Perez, or did I skip one?
There,
Did
I wasn't
skip-
unmuted again, I'm sorry. We're on slide 15, which is
Okay.
March 10th and 11th.
Okay,
So March 10th and 11th would be the second round of interviews. It would be both community forums and the board's second interviews. This is a sample schedule that we came up with based on some of the feedback that we are receiving. The idea here would be on the 10th. It would be in one of the high schools, 3 different rooms, parents and students in one, all staff in another, the community at large in a third room. And this is if there were 3 candidates, and those candidates would then rotate from those different rooms. The community one would be the event that would also be live streamed and recorded. And that would also be the event where we could also take in questions virtually. Then at 8 p.m. on that night, giving the press access to those finalist candidates. Now, if there are only 2 candidates, then that would change, this structure, but we would know that then after the 25th. On March 11th, the next day, the same kind of structure would exist with 3 different groups, board interviews taking place in the boardroom, and then the administration would have a chance to do a meet and greet, and union leaders a meet and greet, all right here at the Edward Greer Education Center. And then after that day, there would be a debrief with the board at 8 p.m. I did receive some other suggestions from Trustee Dominguez. Some of the other ideas were to have all of the groups together, meaning the parents, students, all staff, etc., and then bringing the candidates into the room for each an hour session, but not splitting them up and kind of doing this round robin. So just wanted to mention that that was also brought up as a suggestion. If everyone was in the same room together with 50 minutes-ish for each of the finalist candidates, the trustee also suggested giving priority questions, 15 minutes to each of the groups for their time to ask questions around certain topic areas. So I open it up now to the board to discuss the structure for the 10th and the 11th.
thank you, Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I do want to just discuss with my colleagues here that the timeline that I provided was just from the idea of having different rooms and not being able to see what's going on in the other room. So what I've noticed is, so I love breakout sessions. I love going to conferences. I love experiencing different types of flavors of different information. However, we are interviewing. So typically in an interview, a lot of people have the same questions, the same thoughts that are running through. We might all say it differently. So I thought it would be great for us to all experience at once questions from parents, questions from staff and educators, questions from the community. I think it'd be great for us to all be in the same room because we all might be thinking the same thing. And I would personally like to see the answer that the candidate is giving to each individual category.
Thank you. Any questions? Dr. Perez, the model that you guys propose, is it correct in saying that you talked to the Washoe County School District when they were doing their superintendent search and borrowed some of their best practices? Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, we had the opportunity to speak with the president of the board in Wausau. She was very generous to give a lot of time to just talk about the the structure that they utilize to include the community at large. There's lots of different structures to utilize. We've utilized many of them, but they really felt that this really worked for your community. And so in talking with the board president there, we put together a similar structure, given that they are, another district in Nevada, another large district, and that they just had so much success with this structure.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the trustees? I'm in this doctor mode, so Trustee Biasotti?
Thank you, Madam President. I do like the structure that they put forward. I think it's professional. I think there's a reason they have presented it this way. So I would like to retain it. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a motion that I have to retain that. Is there a second?
I would like to second.
I have a motion from Trustee Biasotti, a second by Trustee Esparza-Straffigan to keep the recommendation as is. Any discussion? Okay, any public comment? Oh.
David Gomez, Nevada Peace Alliance president. I would recommend that we use Rancho High School. It's big, it has enough adequate parking, and it doesn't put a strain on some of the community members that do live in the west side of Las Vegas and the east side of Las Vegas that do not have a car and don't live in a six-figure income area, that do have like multiple cars, to be able to get to that school. And if they are going to be included in this process, which it looks like it says on the 10th, the high school is to be determined, picking a school without adequate parking, without adequate space, without rooms, just because it might be a newer school or something that they would just want to show off, is not going to work. You need something big enough to be able to ascertain and hold everybody that wants to be a part of this process. And I believe that Rancho High School is big enough to do such a thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, Dr. Beamel?
Good evening, Tiffany Beamel for record. It's funny that Mr. Gomez says not a new school. Rancho High School was just completely rebuilt and is new in comparison to some of these more central high schools that are older and larger in space, so, and have parking. So that was just a really interesting comment. I do like the idea of having the rotation of candidates. I'm just a little bit confused. So you're going to have all of the parents and students in one room, all of the staff in one room, and then all of the community members in one room? Are the administration and like administrators are included in staff? And if so, that does make it a little bit difficult, right? Because some teachers are not like me and do get a little bit nervous in speaking their actual voice in front of their administrators. So I don't know if that's like what is going to happen with regard to that, or is this going to be like with the sessions where you didn't have administrators in our rooms with us as the teachers? I think that needs to be a little bit more specific there. And then with regard to the live stream, so the questions from the community are going to come in through the live stream part. That was confusing to me as well. So I just think that I love Zoom meetings too, and I do love going into like breakout rooms and stuff. But when you have just like an open forum and like here's 8,000 questions, how do you decide which questions are going to be answered, and how do you decide which ones are not? Because I know during our session, I felt very validated and very listened to, but there were 8 of us. You're talking about a meeting that has been very anticipated for a year now. You could have upward of hundreds of people show up at this. So how do you decide who's important and who's not? How do you decide whose voice is important and who's not? It's something that you really kind of have to plan ahead and think about. Maybe like you guys did before with like the Google form where the questions can be submitted in advance, and then nobody feels like not listened to or not validated in that way. I don't know that the listening to the process of it, and I was writing notes and I'm like, wait, I don't understand how this is going to work. So sorry, lady in disguise.
That's okay. Just a second, Dr. Perez. Is there any other public comment? Okay, Dr. Perez, can you elaborate the
Yeah.
difference between all staff and admin, and then also how we're going to handle the questions?
Yeah, so in Washoe County, the parents and the students in one room, it was not live streamed, it was not recorded, no questions were brought in from, any kind of, digital format or virtual format. So if you could come, you came, it was in person only. Same thing with all staff. The third room, the community room, it was for any of those that cannot participate in person as well as those in person. That would be live streamed, but there would be no interaction with the people that are watching the event. Therefore, like a board meeting tonight, they are watching. However, there would be a separate form where people could type in a question that they would like answered. Those would be coming in to a moderator. Those that are duplicated, i.e. duplicate questions, would be condensed. We wouldn't re-ask a question that's already been asked, and we would get to as many as we could within the time slotted as they came in that priority. And so again, it's not like a Zoom meeting. There's no breakout rooms. The people on the call are not seen. It literally is live streamed like a board meeting, but there would be the opportunity through a Google form to put forth ideas for questions. The people in the room would take precedent because they were in person. So their questions would take precedent over the ones that are coming in online.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. If I could advocate for the memorandum that I sent in, there's some, if there's benefits to this and negatives to this. So if we want transparency, if we want to hold people accountable for what they say and not just in a room that's not recorded, I think we should be looking at that as our superintendent who's willing to speak up and willing to say things on camera and not be afraid of that. So I would suggest to my trustees to vote no on this motion because it does not support transparency and accountability within our community, and to have that that superintendent, this leader that we want in our district, to be held accountable for their words.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos?
I have a question from the audience that has, again, to do with people being confused about what we're talking about. So if we could have the motion repeated and clarified, that would be helpful. There seems to be some confusion about when we are saying that we're going to retain what was presented, whether that is in one room, it's in different rooms. They're a little bit confused. So if we could have that clarified, that would be great.
Sure. The motion that I heard from Trustee Biasotti and second by Trustee Esparza-Straffagan was that the presentation on page 15, that depending on the candidates that we move forward after February 25th, that page 15 is a way that we would conduct the community forums and the board's second interviews. Okay, Trustee Barron.
I am so sorry. I'm at this point. I must confess I'm slightly confused. I think it's almost my bedtime. What am I looking at? I am kind of confused. I was gonna also just mention a high school in the same model as Rancho High School. I think it's called the Mall Model High School. You do have multiple venues that could actually host hundreds of people. You have, of course, the main gym that generally holds 2,000. It's not adequate for the whole school, but it does hold 2,000. You have the what's usually called the SAC, the Student Activity Center, the SAC, which holds 500. Again, inadequate for that school, but that's a different thing altogether. You have the theater that holds, if I remember, 320. I could be wrong, but I think it holds 320. That's another one, and that one, it definitely lends itself to be live streamed because you already have recording equipment there. And then if you really need to have somewhere else on top of that, there's also an auxiliary gym that the RTSC is using. They use that sucker for practicing inside when it's too darn cold or raining outside. So I think it'd be a great honor for it to actually happen at Rancho High School. And I did not pay him to say that, but yeah, I do think that model school. But can we please clarify again the structure? Will there be 3 rooms?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Were you done, Trustee
Yes.
Barron? Okay. Trustee Esparza Straffagan.
Dr. Perez or Dr. Joseph, I do want to clarify what my colleague Trustee Dominguez was referencing in the questions. I appreciate that you would allow the people in person to be able to do that, but here's my question. Is it that their questions will be reviewed, or will they walk up to a mic and ask any question of the candidates?
There would be a moderator, and the moderator would be taking the cards, and the moderator would be asking the question. Therefore, we're not going to have an open hot mic where anybody can just come up to the microphone and start saying anything. Their question has to be on a card, and the moderator will ask the question.
Dr. Perez, that is exactly what I wanted to clarify. So thank you for that specific answer so that we know that that's the process and that's what should be communicated to individuals when they come in, just like you did, and we aligned it to the community forums. Thank you for that.
Trustee Zamora.
I genuinely just confused myself. Because I was thinking of the Google Forms, right, that you all have been talking about and that a public comment. Is that something we can also use? Or I don't know if that answered, that was your answer, sorry. And that would be shared beforehand, correct? Before the live stream? So they can be kind of filtered in a way? So
Dr.
there's
Perez?
similar topics.
Can you repeat that? It's hard for me to hear that whoever was just speaking.
It's me, Trustee Zamora. Dr. Perez, the Google form that we've talked about and we've heard about, can that be sent out beforehand, before the live stream, so then folks can do that beforehand in case they're not tuning in live? And will that be filtered so if there's similar topics, they can be compiled together?
Sure, we can, if it's the board's desire, the questions can be received before the event. It can be cut off during the event, and those can then be curated before the event so that like questions are eliminated and like questions can be grouped together. That's perfectly acceptable, and we can do that, not a problem.
Because I can definitely foresee it getting overwhelming in that moment while the live stream is going on, right? The second question I had, I forgot. Okay, that was it.
Thank you. Trustee Henry.
As far as the school, I just wanted to, Legacy has offered their school as well for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If any other trustee wants to recommend a school in their district, please let Mr. Caruso know so we could take that in consideration. Trustee Biasotti. Sorry.
Would you like us to discuss the school proposition out to Joe? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. My question was, HYA, you will all provide staff for all these rooms, and are you thinking one staff per room, or are you thinking two, and would there be an extra cost if we're bringing in other people?
Yes, that gets into the budget question that we're getting to at the end of this presentation. So we can have as many people there as you want. That's just an issue then of the overall budget. So we are here to serve the board in whatever way that it wants to. If we are, the cost of having each associate there is just part of that budgetary question, right? So as many as you want there, we'll provide. But that would, that's just a time cost for the different associates to be there.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to clarify for any trustees that are confused, right now the motion that is on the floor is for what is presented is the 3 rooms. And so the public will not know what happened in some of the rooms. So in 2 of the rooms, there will not be any cameras except for the live stream in the community room. I proposed 1 room to allow for transparency and accountability. And I do want that to be known as that we don't know what each candidate may say, and they may answer the exact same question over and over instead of being asked an extensive amount of questions from the community. And so I think it would be best if we could all see it. So just to get out there.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, I understand the point. I think where I have difficulty is that actually we limit the amount of questions we can ask. It feels like we might limit the amount of questions that could be asked if we have a single grouping. So while you still have 55 minutes, each individual group now only has 15 minutes to ask a set of questions. And we're unsure if they'll ask same questions, different questions, but that group of people now they have a third of the time they would have had if they had their own room. So yes, I think there are pros and cons to each. I think there'll be enough accountability help just by our community likes to talk. So they'll talk to each other versus versus my thought is not to limit the amount of questions they can ask versus them not being able to talk to each other to see what somebody said and like what people's notes were to be able to compare notes after the fact. That would be why if I had a vote, I would vote differently to have 3 rooms versus 1.
Thank you. Trustee Barron.
Thank you, Madam President. We do have the bandwidth to be able to record all three sessions and then put them up on our website for everyone to go ahead and review it. I mean, if I like to just sit in, and be on and one, I don't have to be at all 3. I can go ahead and review it later on if we record all 3 and put them on our website, right? That we do have that capacity. Is that correct? I'm asking staff.
No.
We do not have the capacity to record all 3 sessions?
Our board liaison, Joe Caruso.
Madam President, members of the board, Joe Caruso for the record. So in talking to technology services, the concern was the live feed. So to try to do that, and keep in mind, whatever location we use, we have to bring all the equipment there. So that means we've got to work with Vegas PBS to get the cameras, the sound equipment, technology services got to go out. So it's a task to move the equipment and set it up, but to try to do 3 at the same time, I'm being told for technology services that would be very difficult. Now to record it and do a playback, that's another question that we can investigate, but there would only be 1 live feed because that's what our EduCast system would provide.
I would be okay with only 1 live feed and then just having the other 2 recorded and then put that, we have the CCSD Facebook thing that I've seen recorded sessions on. That's the one where I found out that I was wrong about certain thing that happened here a couple weeks ago. Hey, I read it and wept. But I'm just saying that, perhaps we can, have 1 live stream, have the others recorded, and then put up all 3 for the entire public to see at a later date. They can watch it while they're having breakfast or watch it in lieu of Netflix or whatever they want to do.
Thank you.
And that would be open.
Trustee Stevens.
I think one of the things to keep in mind here too, because I understand what my colleague is saying here and making sure it would be great if we could get to see and hear how the community and the candidates interact, right? However, to my other colleague's point, then it limits the time and the questions that can be asked. So for the sake of efficiency, I think one of the things that we have to do as trustees, potentially in this situation, is rely on our folks. I know there's quite a few folks in here that will likely be in all of these meetings and will send us emails if there's something that we should know. I think we can count on them for that. Same thing with staff and our educators, our principals that are going to be involved. So I do think that we have the ability to connect with our constituents for the rooms that we won't be in and hear and learn a little bit more about that. So I think that's something to keep in mind as well.
Thank you. Trustee Satori.
I was just going to agree with Trustee Barone. I'm in favor of this format as long as I agree with that would be a great thing to do, is to record it, because many people can't attend, even if we have all the space, can't attend in person. So being able to have everyone be able to go back, review the recordings, I think we'll get a lot more feedback that way as well, and a lot more input.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Yes, just very briefly, are media going to be allowed in these interviews? Will they be recording? Will they be? We usually have media there, and these are community meetings, so we'd have access to that.
Dr. Perez.
Can you repeat that question?
Trustee Cavazos asked if media would be in the 3 separate rooms for March 10th.
You cannot, I don't believe that you can limit their access to those rooms. So I believe that they would go in the rooms. They would probably go into the community room, I would think. But I think that they would definitely have people there, and there would be a presence. It's a public event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Esparza-Straffagan.
So I believe we have a motion that's live, and it's been seconded.
Do you want to call, you're calling for the question?
I'm calling for the question.
All right, the motion is from Trustee Biasotti. The second is by Trustee Esparza-Straffagan. It is to adopt the model presented on page 15 with the additional questions of the fact that the community live stream will be done with a Google form. So that is the motion. Please cast your vote. That passes 6-1. Okay. Dr. Perez, what's the next thing?
Okay, we're almost done, guys. Moving on to slide 16. Some of the trustees, as well as our conversation with your colleagues in Washoe County, suggested to utilize the 10th and the 11th during the day as opportunities for the finalists to engage with other community groups and or have tours of the community, et cetera. And so these are just some draft examples for consideration. I think since the evening forums are going to begin at 5 p.m., you wouldn't want anything to go later than 2 p.m. to give the candidates some time to get ready for those pretty grueling evening events. And so some of the ideas was maybe a business or business community breakfast / event to meet the finalists. Maybe you have a chamber of commerce, something like that. I think a lot of those groups normally have standing events like that. Maybe a virtual session with legislators since they are in session. Anything else? Maybe the next day they could have a tour of your community or a tour of select schools, or nothing. I'm just throwing that out for your consideration, giving my conversation with the Washoe County president and with some ideas that have come forth from the trustees.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. And just for clarity, it's Washoe. So just wanted to bring that to your attention.
What did I say? Did I not say that?
Washoe.
Oh,
But it's all good. It's late, so I appreciate that. Trustee Cavazos.
That's okay. It's okay. I was just wondering about the pronunciation. I'm just wondering here, again, same question, Channel 3 sitting right there in front of me. So are media going to be allowed in the day in the district field trips? Will they need a permit?
Dr. Perez, if they take the field trips on March 11th, would media be allowed to follow?
I mean, I would defer there to your counsel in terms of that. My mental model of that is there would be somebody taking them in an actual car or a school van around the community. So the media wouldn't be invited into that vehicle to kind of tour and then get out and go to places. Plus, I don't believe you allow media in the schools during a school day. So, but I would defer to your council to decide what that looks like in terms of access to school buildings and those type of more private events.
Thank you. He stepped out for a second, but Trustee Cavazos, did you have any comment?
Yeah, when he comes back, we can weigh in on that. And we do allow media on school grounds, but they do have to have permission from communications, and that does have to be vetted ahead of time within the parameters. I see our communications chief sitting right there. I'm hoping that's a nod that he's giving me right there. It's not just they can show up, but, you know, they know the drill. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. I had a question as far as the business community, if it was an invite only, or if it was just open to any businesses. And then the second question is if the trustees are able to go to the breakfast event, and if they're able to go on the tours of the schools, because I still would like to tour some schools.
Dr.
Yeah, these
Perez,
are-
what is your
these-
best
Yeah,
practice?
these are all decisions of the board, of the trustees tonight. You know, my mental model of a business community breakfast was if there was already an existing group, we could have them host this. And so it wouldn't just be open to anyone, it would be whoever's a member of their group. But again, this is totally up to the board to decide how they want to structure this, if at all. So any of your ideas are certainly fine to do.
So I would respond to that, Trustee Dominguez. There is the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, who has a community breakfast already set, and the chambers belong to it. And so do the 70 top industries in Nevada, along with economic development leaders. And so that's who I would probably recommend take advantage of that opportunity. But for our legal counsel, there was a question for the tours of the community or tours of selected schools. Would the media be allowed, if vetted by communication, to attend those events?
John Okazaki, General Counsel for the record. The touring, the candidates are going to tour?
Correct.
Yeah, these are public things.
Okay.
So I don't think we can keep the media out.
Thank you.
I shouldn't have said it that
And
way.
so that we have to
The media is
figure out.
invited. The media is welcome.
The media is invited. Okay. All right. Did that answer your question, Trustee Cavazos? Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President.
Press your-
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm not sure what other chambers are under the Global Alliance. So I don't know if it entails like the Latino Chamber of Las Vegas. So
So yes, the chambers that I know that are part of LVGA does include the Urban Chamber, the Latin Chamber, the Vegas Chamber, the Asian Chamber, and then and probably the Women's Chamber. But there might be more, and I know from a business standpoint, they would probably want to include them so that the chamber leadership would be included.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Perez, I know that what I'm hearing is there's an interest. I know that stuff still needs to be vetted to pick what the candidates may tour. But what, do you need a motion from us to move forward with the idea with the fact that we still have details to work out? Oh,
Sure,
and
that
Trustee Dominguez asked the question, would trustees be invited to tour the community or tour the schools?
Yeah, again, that would be up to the board to decide if you want to have trustees at any of these events or on the tours, or if you don't want that, that's really a decision of the board.
Okay, Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. That was my question. I just wanted to clarify on if we were to do it, how would we do it? If we would split up or how it would work?
So I'm going to entertain a motion if there's an interest to have this day in the district possibilities with the fact that we still need to work out details and we could bring back the details at a later time. But is there an interest to move forward with the day in the district possibilities? Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion to bring this back to the board on, if we have time, February 27th for, just to clarify, if we, to have the Global Alliance business community invited and maybe a schedule for trustees to visit with the touring and to making sure that we know the layout of the schedule for that day.
Okay, so I hear an interest of a day in the district possibilities,
days.
but with, oh. Yes.
Hi, sorry. So just to clarify, the 27th agenda is going to post tomorrow. So we have 3 meeting agendas that I'm drafting as you're talking, and I need to review those with you because 2 of them have to post by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We also have to post the 27th agenda because you have briefings on Thursday. So we have to really, before you make the motion, just know that that may not, time-wise, we need to figure that piece out. So if you're going to do the soup search items, may I suggest keeping them on the 24th and 25th because you have a regular agenda that's going to post, and that draft, there's business items on that agenda for the 27th. I don't know if you want to tack on a soup search on that as well. It's just, you have
Could we-
multiple meetings. I'm just trying to make sure that everyone's aware that time-wise, if you're going to do the soup search, it might be better to keep them on the 24th and 25th agenda because you have a full business agenda already on the 27th for that, which is going to post tomorrow, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think I hear what you're saying, but on the 24th and 25th, when do we have to determine that agenda? That's like
That's
tonight.
John and I have been communicating
Okay.
back and forth that I'm going to stand up here before you're finished, just so I can recap the agenda items, because that has to post at 9 a.m. tomorrow
So
morning.
that doesn't work for Trustee Dominguez's motion.
It does, because if, in the PowerPoint and on the agenda for tonight, it was a discussion to review the timeline, but keep in mind, that also can come back on the 25th to finalize the timeline for the 10th and 11th.
I
got
see.
it now.
So I would recommend going that route, just to keep you, if I'm making sense, I'm sorry.
You are.
It's just,
You are.
it
I
it might
hear
be
you.
cleaner just to keep your soup search items together, and then that
Yes.
way there we can bring everything back versus potentially holding up the 27th and adding something else on there
I
because
hear
that
you.
agenda is full.
I hear you. So what I heard is that to have this brought back on February 25th. That's what I heard.
I also heard that. yes.
Okay. Are you okay with that?
Yes,
Trustee?
I would like to amend my motion I would like to motion to keep the draft that we have here on page 16 of 21, reference 2.01A, for discussion on February 25th.
Got it. Thank you. I have a first, Trustee Cavazos.
I will second that motion.
I have a second by Trustee Cavazos. Any public comment?
David Gomez, Nevada Peace Alliance President. I just want to get some clarity on some of this stuff. Tour selected schools, who picks the schools? The trustees or the superintendent or the acting superintendent? Tour the communities, what communities? Which communities are we talking about? Business community breakfast events to meet finalists. I own several businesses, so do I just hire everybody as a volunteer so they can come in and attend for free to have breakfast? So some of these things are very vague in what I'm reading, and I just don't completely understand it. And I don't want you to go into a big dialogue. Please don't. Please. But I'm just asking because it was very vague to how I read it, and I'm just not sure how this is going to work out. And I understand she's answering all the questions. But, I need to know how this is done, because if I just have to let everybody work for me for free, I don't care, just so they can go to attend if they want to. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others in public comment?
For the record, Madam President, members of the board, the community has just brought some things to our attention One is, are all the superintendents going to be doing the same tours? Are you guys going to be splitting those up? Are all 11 trustees going to be doing each of those tours, or are you guys going to get split up? How is it equitable if 3 of you are at one and 3 of you are at another one with different, oh my God, what's the word? Candidates. How is that equitable? Are we gonna be able to do this in 2 days and make it equally accessible to every candidate that makes it that far, to all of our trustees? And what happens if some of this is going on while our educators and our staff are at school? So also, JARA used to be really, really bad about only going to very particular schools in town. And so as you guys are discussing the locations of where this is going to happen, it would be really, really great to see some schools that have never been highlighted by the JARA regime be included in this process. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Bemo?
Dr. Bemo, for the record, I started this, so I'm sorry. That's my fault. I do not think the trustees should attend the tour for the schools simply because of the equity issue. And having all 11 of you with your 2 to 4 candidates, that's a lot at a school to try to, for a school that is functioning and actually in class that day, to try to process. Plus you said media and all these other things. I don't know if any of you have ever been to a school, but there's a lot going on in a normal school day. So that's a lot of ask. Number one, I think if you're going to send them to different schools, you need to have a trusted liaison to kind of take them around who doesn't have a necessary voice on the board. Because on 2 pages later, where it says for March 13th, where it says you shouldn't walk into the board with a vested interest in any of the particular candidates, and you're not supposed to be talking about anybody before your vote. This kind of would put you in a weird place, right? Because you spent an entire morning with one said candidate, depending on how you have it set up. So I think that it's in your best interest to not have the trustees tour with the candidates. I think that you have plenty of opportunities to go and see your schools. Why don't you? I saw Danielle Ford all the time. And when she was my trustee, I like you guys know, I have a weird obsession with her dog. And I saw her all the time, but I can count on literally one hand how many times I saw any of my other trustees at my school after she wasn't my trustee anymore. So it behooves you to kind of not do it in this realm and actually go and make it organic and be there because you want to be there, not because you have to be there showing off a candidate for a photo op. I'm just saying.
Thank you, Dr. Bemo. So the motion that I heard on Trustee Dominguez is that we would bring these details back on February 25th for us to decide.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I heard. And actually, can you help remind me who was the second? Because I already forgot.
That was Trustee Cavazos.
Trustee Cavazos. Thank you so much. All right. I don't know who's podium 1 and 2. Is that Dr. Perez or Dr. Joseph? Did you want to say anything?
You want me
they
to
left okay, thank
continue?
you. Yeah, no, we got it. Okay, to go ahead and do the day in the district possibilities and come back on February 25th with the details for us to consider, please cast your vote. Okay, that passes 7-0. Take us home, Dr. Perez. What else?
Yep. Okay, if we could skip over slide 17, I'd like to show the board a visual. This is approval of the community feedback form if you want to use one. What we've usually done with other searches is you'll see here there would be a picture of the candidate. This is a finalist, so there'll only be 1, 2, or potentially 3 of these. The name of the candidate, the picture, separate QR codes for each of these. And the questions that we normally use are assets you believe so-and-so would bring to the district, questions or concerns you may have about so-and-so, overall impressions. These QR codes could then be available on the Superintendent Search website page. It could be available on the night of the community forums, and anyone could give feedback. You don't have to use a feedback form. It's really up to the board. If you are going to, tape these forums, then maybe this isn't necessary, but it's certainly something that was asked, and we certainly can provide that. So going back to slide 17, again, Do you want to utilize a feedback form for March 10th? Each finalist would have their own form. Each form would have a QR code for use during the interviews. Each form would have the candidate's picture, name, and these 3 questions. The board can have access in real time, or you can get a summary from us later. And that's pretty much the gist of it. We would not want to keep these open forever. It's the idea that it would exist, you know, for the evening or maybe the next day, or but not just have an open-ended QR code out there for weeks. The idea is to capture some reaction, almost like an exit slip to the interview.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Trustee Johnson?
Yeah, I'd like the motion to be able to adopt a community feedback form that's open until, I guess I would say 8 a.m. on March 11. And then we'd have real-time access, that also allows for the board to have real-time access, and then a summation of it after it's done.
Thank you. Trustee Biasotti?
I would like to second that motion.
Great. I have a first and a second. Any public comment?
Nevada Peace Alliance president. When you're doing this community feedback form, don't know exactly how you're going to advertise it to the community. Are you guys going to pay for some kind of TV channel or something like that? Or because you got to remember, you guys always, I'm sorry, not you guys, but someone always says, well, we put it up in the library. Well, crap, not everybody goes to the library. Oh, we put it up over here in the Review Journal and put it in there 3 times. Not everybody has the Review Journal as a subscription. So how are you going to really advertise community feedback to get real community feedback versus just saying, we're going to do this and they're going to, I don't know who's going to do what, where, when, and why. I'm like I'm saying, you know, these guys have put this awesome long presentation together, but there's no clarity in some of these things on how they're going to specifically do this job to reach the people that cannot get to certain places. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The second bullet really addresses that issue. We would have QR codes for use during the interviews, so they would be available that night in those rooms. This would not be widely spread. It's really more of like an exit slip, so that people who were there and people who were participating had a chance to give their feedback from the evening. It's not something like the 14,000 people who took the last survey, for example. This is something that's utilized for the individuals that are participating as an exit slip to be able to give their impressions of the evening since they participated, not to have a QR code to this kind of a survey for those that did not hear directly from, for example, the candidates. That was the intent of this. Certainly if there's other ideas, but that the intent that we put this forward and the way we've utilized it in many other districts is more as an exit slip type community feedback form.
Thank you. And Dr. Biebel, if I could have you, legal counsel, do you want to weigh in first but before we take the public comment?
Yes, if I could. John Okazaki, General Counsel for the record. Dr. Perez, so if I understand this community feedback form correctly, the trustees would be receiving information from the form. Is that correct?
Yes, they can have it as a summary. They can have it as comments come in. We've entertained it many different ways for different boards across the country.
Okay, so my only concern would be is that at some point, since they are going to be receiving it and obviously considering it in any future decisions, that somehow we are able to capture it and put it into reference materials in a future agenda item. So I'm assuming you'd be able to do that, either summarize it or compile it for reference materials?
Yeah, the raw data can be made available however it needs to be. And again, this doesn't even need to be utilized. This was brought up at the beginning of the search and the planning meeting. And so I'm bringing it back for the board's, discussion and decision-making. But you're right. I mean, particularly in Nevada, in other states, this is private information. It goes to the board and that's it. In Nevada, it's all very public. So that should weigh into the decision as to whether or not we want to utilize the form There's obviously pros and cons to all these decisions. I think it's nice to have a feedback form for people who have come out to the actual event. Certainly that raw data can be then given to the board as a reference item so that it is made public in the future, or at the next meeting date.
Thank you. Yes, so for the board, that would have to be the case. If you do utilize this form and receive the feedback, we would have to capture it and provide it to the public as reference material.
Thank you, legal counsel. Dr. Beamel?
Good evening, Tiffany Bumel for the record. Okay, so you're talking about releasing a form on March 10th to be used by you guys to inform your interviews on March 11th. Your open-ended questions are going to be aggregated as data in 12 hours? Have you ever done a Google form before? And I'm not asking that facetiously, but unless it's a 5-point scale and you can actually just look at like, was great, was not great, you're gonna get so many range of answers here. Even if you only have 200 people show up at this forum, that's 200 answers that you now have to look at on a Google form and try to figure out what people are saying about each of your 2, 3, 4 candidates. So if you're going to use some sort of exit form, you need to have like a better like scale to range. And then that way you can actually look at your data and say like, okay, this is one of the fallacies of the surveys that this district does, is that you don't have an actual way of looking at the data and saying this is actual qualitative and quantitative data. This is open-ended. And I get it, but look at how many different ways that you can answer question 1. Assets you believe this person brings to the district. They cool? No, you're gonna actually list what you liked about what they said, and that can be for any person. Like me, I'm gonna list out what I liked about each of the candidates. But like my husband's gonna be like, they had a cute dress or like whatever. I don't know. But I mean, you're gonna get a wide range of answers. Better to do something that you can easily look at, especially if you're asking these people to do this in like less than 12 hours, and that is sleeping time in between as well. So you need to look at something that's going to be a little bit better. This is a very fast turnaround, because I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, on the 13th is when you're picking this person to be our boss. So from the 10th, when you're collecting this community data that this has now been a 10-minute talking point on, to the 13th is like, really? I get it. Exit tickets are fun, but like, make it worthwhile and make it make sense, because you're not going to be able to actually get data that's worth it in that kind of turnaround.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Okay, as we're in our 4th hour of this meeting, I'm gonna need to start asking you guys to post learning targets and success criteria for everything, because I'm lost. Okay, so I'm gonna piggyback on what you said. If, as somebody who has 270 students, and I do Google Forms all the time, and I have to like concur with what's being said, and I put mine in sheets and I look at it, but it is overwhelming. It is so overwhelming, and unless you have a really quick way of just seeing the information, I spend hours like trying to like fix the margins just so I can read everything and everything like that. And I agree, you have a day. You have a day. Who's doing it? Like, who's sitting down and doing this? Because it's going to take a long time. And what if you have 500? You know, how are we doing this? What is the purpose? What are we getting out of this? You know, are we using it for a purpose to actually choose the candidate, or is it just for like people to give their feedback on what they did? That's what I'm just asking, because we're always asked as teachers, what is the purpose? So, thank you.
It will be raw data provided to the board. It's an opportunity for them to get a feel for how their constituents that were at the event feel about the different candidates. And so there's nothing scientific about it. We're not using a rubric to go through it as some kind of a qualitative survey. This is just like an exit form, and the raw data will be provided, and the board members can look through all of that information. If we think that that's overwhelming, then you certainly do not have to use it. It's been successful in places. There's other places that boards choose not to use it at all. I will say that on the leadership profile survey form that was up for 4 months, there was only about 5 responses. So sometimes we think we're going to get a lot of responses, and you don't. Maybe people come to the event and they felt like their questions were answered and they feel good about it. so I don't want to push the board either way. Like I said, we utilize feedback forms when the board wants them. But again, the data will be given to you raw, and you'll have the opportunity to look through these comments.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. If I could suggest to my colleagues that we add the terminology subject, this survey answers are subject to disclosure under Nevada Public Records Act.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so that would be a suggestion that I have. Other than that, I support having live, active interaction from the audience of with this QR code.
Thank you. And I believe our legal counsel put that on the record. So Trustee Johnson, I believe you're in agreement with what our legal counsel said, that this information would be subject to the open meeting law.
I am.
Okay. Trustee Biasotti, you agree with our legal counsel's recommendation?
Yes, I second that.
Okay. So I have a first and a second. If you could take a vote to approve the community feedback form. Okay, that motion passes 7-0. I think there's one other decision point for us, right?
Yeah, so we're on
Okay.
slide 19. That's just that the superintendent selection will be made on March 13th. I don't know if anything needs to happen for that. I think we just wanted to make sure that the whole board was aware that that was the timeline. Obviously, we'll come forward in the future as an actual agenda item, so I don't think there's anything that needs to happen here other than the board agreeing that that would be the target date for a decision.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. I was thinking about page 21.
Oh, yes. Okay, so moving on, can we move on past that then?
Yes.
Great. So the final item is on slide 21. Given what the board has chosen tonight with regard to the new structure and having members from the HY staff at all of the different rooms and all the events on all the different days, is that the board's desire? And if so, the authorization would be $20,000, not $10,000, because it's $2,500 a day per person, per associate, to be here for all of these events. That's a decision. I do believe that the money is in the budget already from that. That can be allocated from the travel budget. So it's not more dollars than what is currently in the budget for the search. We are happy to have as many people as you want here for as many events as you want. Originally, we had planned for just the 4 additional days with one person. So if we want to do what was suggested tonight, that's absolutely fine. I just added up those days and having a person for each of those rooms, and that would be, instead of 10,000, it would be 20,000 to cover all the additional meetings. And again, that's for them to be here on site for the duration of both of these days.
Is there any questions? I'd like to repeat what Dr. Perez said. So we already have an allocation that we approved on July 25th, 2024 for $50K for travel for candidates to come here. We are not using all $50K, and so there is a proposal to take some of that $50K and apply it for additional meetings that we may want. And so, is there any questions? Trustee Cavazos.
No questions, but I'm ready to make a motion.
Please proceed.
I would like to make a motion to accept the budget transfer for the authorization needed to take $20,000 to cover additional meetings from allocation of $50,000 for travel originally approved on July 25th, 2024.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Thank you, Madam President. I second the motion.
I have Trustee Domingos with a second. Any discussion? Trustee Stevens? No.
Yeah, just a quick question. When you say 10,000 or 20,000 now for additional meetings, what are we talking about?
Thank you for that clarity. Dr. Perez, can you repeat what you stated?
Yeah, so there will be an HYA associate, the ones that have been working in Clark County, that will be there on the 24th, the 25th, 3 people on the 10th, and 3 people on the 11th.
Thank you for that. See no other questions? Any public comment? See no public comment. We have a motion from trustee Cavazos, a second from trustee Dominguez to go ahead and authorize to take up to 20,000 to cover additional meetings from the allocation of the 50K for our travel approved on July 25th, 2024. Please cast your vote. Okay, that passes 7-0. Miss,
I want to thank you all for your time tonight. I know it was a long meeting, and I just want you all to know that we are here to help support you as we have. It's just really important for me to reiterate tonight that HYA is here to facilitate a process, but it's the board who selects, like tonight, who to interview and who to hire. And I hope that you feel that that's our role here in this process. We are not here to make decisions for you, but rather to really make your ideas and your dreams become a reality with regard to how this search can proceed. And so it's really been my pleasure to interact with all of you. I know Dr. Joseph feels the same way, and we really thank you for your thoughtfulness, the enormous amount of time you spent in reviewing all this information. And I just want to say, as we enter into this select phase, that I really do appreciate all of the thoughtful response and intend to continue, I hope, to exceed your expectations as we move forward through this most critical phase.
thank you, Dr. Perez. Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Board liaison, would you like to just recap what you heard? Because if you didn't get it, then we're in trouble.
I appreciate it. Dr. Perez, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
All right, so this is, normally we don't read it verbatim, but since we're posting the agenda at 9 a.m. tomorrow, we need to make sure we get it right. So I'm going to read it as I captured it, and please correct me if I'm wrong. So we have 2 agendas. We have the agenda for the 24th, and we have the agenda for the 25th, okay? So the first item I have for the 24th agenda, Superintendent Search. Presentation by the Superintendent Search candidates, John Anzalone, Joan Ebert, Ben Schuldner, and Jesse Welch, and candidate performance interviews conducted by the Board of Trustees for the position of Superintendent of Schools, Clark County School District. That's item 1. Item 2, presentation and discussion with Hazard Young, Atia and Associates, and possible action on the approval of the interview questions for the finalist interviews. Okay, so those are the only 2 items I have for the 24th. For the 25th, it's the same item as the first one, presentation by the Superintendent Search candidates, John Anzalone, Joan Ebert, Ben Schuldner, and Jesse Welch, and candidate performance interviews conducted by the Board of Trustees for the position of Superintendent of Schools, Clark County School District. Item 2, presentation and discussion with Hazard Young, Atea and Associates, and possible action on the selection of the candidates to proceed as finalists in the next round of interviews with the Board of Trustees, approval of the interview questions, and approval of the revised timeline and format of meetings inclusive of the community forum. The reason I was pushing you for the 25th is because you're paying for the 25th. You weren't paying for the 27th. So that would have been an additional cost if you added that meeting. The third item on the 25th, governance professional learning. Discussion and possible action on the approval of the governance professional learning proposal for the governance consultant to provide training to the superintendent search finalists. Here's the problem. You have 4 candidates. You may choose on the 25th not to move forward with all 4, or you may choose to move forward with all 4. You don't have another meeting to try to get that on, so we'll put a proposal for the 4, knowing that you may or may not have all 4 on there, but we need to get something as reference material just so you can vote to approve it. Does that make sense? That was one of the deliverables you approved back in January. Did I capture those items? Okay. And
I see nothing but nodding heads.
Okay.
Joe, my only suggestion would be when you list the names for each of those days, it'll be 2 of the 4 on day 1 and 2 of the 4 on day 2.
Okay, so who picks that? First,
We usually work with the candidates to get a time that works for them. So usually we just work that out. If there's something specific that the board wants, we can entertain that, but we usually work it out with the candidates based on their schedules.
so if I may be so kind, Dr. Perez, if you can work your magic and have it to me by 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow morning, we can include it on the
Well,
agenda.
I won't have it by then in terms of which candidates would be which day, because what we like to do is, you know, if one of them has a big board meeting on the 24th, maybe they'll come on the 25th. You know what I mean? Sometimes we try to let them, because they don't have to both be here for both days, right?
Okay, so then
So
maybe.
I would prefer that you put two of the following 4 candidates and 2 of the following 4 candidates, because I won't have that by tomorrow morning. If I'm gonna try to work with them at what works with their schedule, because they also are, in other administrative positions.
Got it. So we'll just list 2 of the 4 and not put the names on the agenda item. Okay. And then the last piece is, if, again, Grace says we're trying to do this, so the reference material may not be posted when the agenda posts, but at least we can get the agenda up by the open meeting law deadline.
And let me pause you because I do have trustee Barron and trustee Dominguez have a question. Did you? No?
No, you have to excuse us. We just
Oh.
wanted to adjourn the sucker and get out of here.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Well, if I could just make it easier, we just go with alphabetical order, first name. I don't know if that's easier.
Well,
but yeah.
but what Dr. Perez said is that even if we went in alphabetical order, somebody may have a conflict on day 1, and so that's why we would put them on day 2.
Well, because day 1, they're going to be on a business, it's going to be a business meeting.
Well, we
right
can
in the
go with
morning.
alphabetical order unless one of them suggests or requests a different
They're gonna
time
ha-
due to
They have a
some
morning schedule with
specific-
us.
Yeah.
So they're already here in town. It's not like they have to do
Trustee
anything.
Dominguez, I'm sorry, this is the 24th and 25th. Yeah, not the 10th and 11th, sorry.
Well, you almost had me confused. So, okay, keep going. Now keep going.
Okay, so, and again, the reference material may not post, because again, we won't have the candidate presentations until the day of, so that'll be something we'll get the day of, and we'll work with Nancy, but at least we'll get the agenda within the guidelines of open meeting. Perfect. Did I get it right?
Yep, that's
Yep.
what you needed? Trustee?
Sorry, just wanted to clarify, Joe, did you say we would not get the candidate presentations until the day of?
Correct, so we'll have to work with HYA to get those. I'm not sure the time frame of when that turnaround will be in the communication from Dr. Perez and Dr. Joseph to the candidates. It would be a miracle to have it by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Right.
So we can at least get the agenda up within open meeting law guidelines, and then we'll send a follow-up email once that additional reference is available. My biggest concern is
do they have to have their presentations to you before that evening? Because usually what we do is they show up and they give their presentation, and the board, listens to it for the first time. I mean, they're just background slides, you know what I mean? Just to kind of emphasize what they're talking about. Usually they don't give those beforehand. They show up with them and they give their presentation. Is that not possible?
Can you put your mic on, Dr. Joseph?
Hello, Sean Joseph for the record. Dr. Perez, we talked about the fact that we wanted everybody to turn it in at the same time, so that way there's no one can see someone's presentation and then change things because they're later. So if everybody submits it to us at the same time, and then we'll just have them present what was already
That's the
shared.
point I was trying to make. Yeah. Thank
But
you
do we
so
have
much.
to give them to, my question is, do they have to be in the board book, Joe, so that it's, so many days beforehand, or what is the process for having these, is this considered reference material since they're bringing them and it's their slide deck, or?
So, great question. What I'll do is I'll write the item as reference material may be provided, and then that way it's open-ended so that when they come to the presentation, I'm looking at John, they'll provide it to us, and then we will just post it. We could post it after their presentation is done, and then provide copies for the public.
John Okazaki, General Counsel, we need to talk about that. I think my inclination is that they're going to submit it before, all at the same time, or we'll receive it all at the same time, and we're going to post it before the board meeting.
Okay, so we'll just have to make that caveat, Dr. Perez, with the firm. So-
Yeah, we just need a deadline that they need to have it by, because they're just finding out tonight that they're getting the interview. And these presentations are already next week and they need the time to put them together, right? Like, they don't even know, they're just gonna find out literally, on the 19th that they're, so, well, they probably know they're watching, but let's say they're finding out now they have to put together their presentation, for next week. So I just need a deadline to tell them that they need it to us by, so we can give it to you.
Yeah, so we're looking at each other right now, Dr. Perez, John, and I think if we were to post the day of, I think we would be, as long as we're within
Okay.
open meeting law, we would have to provide copies
Okay,
to the
so we
public.
can
and then
talk
the
more
board.
about that, offline and make sure that we understand and get you
Okay.
exactly what you need.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caruso. So moving on to item 3.0, the next meeting of our Board of Trustees is Monday, February 24th. We changed the time to 5 p.m. It'll be here in this boardroom. We have one last public comment, I believe, 4.01. Tom, would you come forth?
Do you want to hand those out now? We hand those out to the, well, I'd like them to, I'm going to videotape this so everybody gets it, okay? Everybody gets it, all right? I want to see those in their hands, okay? And then, my name's Tom Haney, for the record. I'm a 60-year resident here. My father worked Area 51. He was dropping our nuclear bombs at Ground Zero and hooking them up, the analytics. I worked for him for 30 years. I'm kind of like Gomez. I never worked for anybody but myself. I made my own decisions, good, bad, or indifferent. Been a millionaire and slept in my car. Fair enough? So, show of hands, who knows anything about that tower on your property? I have two of them in the back end. You know anything about the microwave radiation coming off that 5G? Raise your hands. Anyone?
Mr. Tom,
No,
I just
don't
want to.
cut me off,
No, I'm
please,
not.
ma'am.
I'm going to stop you, but just for public comment, it's not interactive.
Okay,
So,
well, dear, that's your rules, not my rules.
Okay.
See, you work for me, I don't work for you. I paid into the system for 60 years, okay, with our family business of 40 years, city, county, state contracts, okay? I want that clock to stop.
I am going to stop it, Mr.
This meter, I took the video out there 18 months ago, both of them, in this room, when you guys walked out, because I was sitting right in that seat. See it red, okay? This is what's going on at your schools. Miss Henderson here, Ramona, you're the judge, you're the attorney, correct? I was before Joe Romero, in your district, the school, Henderson. Let's just say Monica Larson, okay, that just beat Dan Shaw. I was opening campaign headquarters here at 9 years old. I grew up in Rancho and Alta with all the kids. We're the old gangsters, okay? I'm not here to play games. We're already in the state with RFK's attorney, with Children's Health Defense up north. The lawsuits are coming. My point is this. Paperwork you're going to get is all true. We already have an FCC win. All of you trusted for our children, the jabs and the swabs, the FDA and CDC. This is the FCC. We've already beat them. When the mama bears find out, I'll have Scott McCulloch on this picture, okay? And I'll hand it out to people in this room. Only you're going to need about 5,000 people. And we'll hand it out like we do at our luncheons, Bowery Prime Rib every month, okay? My group, all right? And we have him talk directly with nationwide. School district. It's children. Understand me? On the paperwork that you're going to get here, you're going to see the QR codes. Those are my videos from a year and a half ago. See how many people look. Lombardo has 500. Okay? He knows exactly what I'm doing. It's a smart city. I know it, and I know. Fair enough? P40, 2008, we're the beta test. The contract was let October 20, Nellis Air Force Base. We are the beta test. I have the background. I built a charging station. Chevy Volt, Nissan Leaf, 2008. Before the Bolt was even out, Skunk Works, EG&G, Bechtel, those are the guys I work with. That's my background, a component level tech. My dad built the microwave equipment in World War II. He could build. That's up on that pole. It is beyond danger. They're playing fire. They've burnt 200
Thank you, Mr. Tom.
This was all pre-planned.
Thank you.
4 years before they shut us down.
Thank you. Dr. Beamer? Thank you, Dr. Beamer. Please proceed.
Good evening, Tiffany Beamer for the record. I just had a really quick question, or I guess comment, about grade reform. So grade reform right now sits at 90-10, or 100-0, 90-10, 80-20, or 70-30, depending on the school that you are teaching at. And I've yet to see statistics on the effectiveness of grade reform. I'm hoping that I can convince you guys to have one of your questions or one of the threads of questions that can be part of this kind of process to be the change of that district-wide grade reform ideology, because it's definitely hurting kids. The numbers of kids that are taking Apex classes because they failed freshman and sophomore classes due to the grade reform policies are staggering, and it's definitely hurting. I was in my AP World History PLC tonight as we were driving over here, and just listening to what's happening at other schools with regard to budget cuts. Some of these schools are losing those Apex classes because they don't have the funding to keep the teachers in to hold them. So I don't know what we're going to do with regard to getting those kids makeup classes and helping them to get to the graduation numbers that we need if we don't have some sort of fix in moving away from this 90-10, 80-20, 70-30 summative formative formula. So hopeful that we can get a superintendent who kind of sees the light with regard to that and understands that formative assignments lead to summative success, because that's what we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. David Gomez and then Anna Binder.
David Gomez, Nevada Peace Alliance president. I don't know who set up the new system, but for some reason, when you're out there, you cannot see what the vote is. Before, they used to be able to see it, like you'll sit there and you'll see the actual, how you see it in here. But for some reason, it doesn't show on that end. So if someone has a crying baby or they're trying to aid to someone, I don't know, maybe ADA, who knows, and they feel more comfortable out there, they can't see the vote. So that's kind of defeating the whole purpose. And I don't know who controls that. I'm not going to blame Todd. Anybody else, it might be some IT guy somewhere else. But, you know, when I'm talking about superintendents and all these different things that we went through, I told you guys to look up something, and I really meant it. There was a pedophile on a campus. And if you do that, you're going to make a mistake. You have to look it up. John, I can't even say his last name, but John here, the legal counsel, knows what I'm talking about. And it was a lawsuit. It was something really big. So, you know, if you guys pick someone that can do something like that, who are you really in danger? You're endangering our student, my student, multiple people's students. I mean, these ladies came in for multiple times fighting against information. They fought against things that were inside of books. They were fighting against the things that were inappropriate for children to read. And I wouldn't teach my child that, but they were fighting for it. So if you guys don't see it, I don't know what else to say, because I know you guys are very good at research, but you can find out exactly what I'm talking about. I don't need to point it out, but please be mindful, because I'm not going to go away. My youngest kid is still in elementary, and I'm still going to keep having kids as long as I'm whatever. That's the truth. I already have a village, you know, and I'm going to keep making more if I have to, you know, and that's just the way it is. I believe in big families, not because I'm Latino, not because I'm partially black, not because of anything else. It's because I'm LDS and I believe in those things. You know, I believe in large families. I believe that we are who we are, and we teach our children how to be good stewards and citizens of the community and everything else. My son was the youngest county commissioner candidate in all of Clark County. What kind of father am I to teach my son to do something like that? One that tells him to aspire to be great and to serve you guys as well as others. So please, you're serving my children and everybody else's children. Do not let someone who knowingly had a pedophile on their campus be the superintendent of this school.
Thank you. Ms. Binder?
I don't know how I'm going to one-up that one, or the one before. I'm going to do my best. Madam President, thank you, members of the board. So I was contacted by my mentor, State Trustee Daniel Ford, and she said that if you guys want to provide us the raw data, we could have it turned around inside 2 days in a format that could make a lot of sense to you, and we would be willing to do that free of charge. I know you won't do it, but I just want everyone to know that we offered. Oh God, now I can't hold it. Okay, I'm sorry. I know we all want to go home. So this was really great. And then I just also got reminded that I have to be up also at like 6:15 a.m. for an IEP meeting for someone in the community. So thank you all so much for all of this work. And I want you to know as you go home and you pour your wine or go to bed, there are some really great vote no for Pedro memes out there.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. Ms. Carlana, are you still in the audience? No. Okay. Then I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Trustee Barron?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Trustee Dominguez.
I'd like to second the motion.
I have a first and a second. Can you please cast your vote? That motion passes 7-0. The time is 10:06. Thank you.